There we go. Button hit, and we are live. Hi, everybody. I totally forgot to put my sleeves and gloves on, but hi, I'm Beth. I am still in the middle of doing a whole bunch of customer service work. So if you have reached out to Weird Draft Games or Galactic Raptor Games in the last week or so, and you're wondering why I haven't gotten a response, it's because I've been sick and I've been doing a lot of this. So also, there was a lot of work to do. I've put in a bunch of hours this week and I still haven't finished yet. So that's me. Angel, how about you? What have you been up to?
I've been staying busy too. I have been checking over reviews, pulling quotes, doing stuff for Weird Draft Games, doing a lot of streaming with you,
Yay.
and yeah, just generally staying busy.
That's fun. So we have a special stream today, but it's also going to be a little bit funky. We're going to have Sophie, who created a game called Patchwork Potions, which I'm going to pull up on the stream here because it's probably what I should have done in the first place. Sophie created Patchwork Potions. It's a really cool solo journaling game with a really, really interesting prompt system, basically, where you're filling out this actual grid here. This starts completely black and white. And as you are going through the game, you're filling it in with different colors that mean the different things across the bottom. The premise is that you are a witch who has moved into a new place, and like the old witch just kind of disappeared and left their things behind. So you get to kind of like write your own story as to what's going on. But Sophie is running late today. Not her fault or anything. Just, she is running late. So we're going to be just kind of killing some time here until she shows up. But if you happen to be here, or if you're watching this later as a recording, if you head over to this link right here, this is the game page. And if I throw it in from the right account, that would be helpful. Okay. There we go. So yeah, if you go to that link there, I'll throw it on the screen as well. That's bespoketacle.itch.io/patchwork potions with a hyphen in between patchwork and potions. The game is currently pay what you want. That includes free. So you can just grab a copy of it for free, download it, play it, whatnot. You can play along with us here. The reason, unlike a lot of roll and writes, where, you just kind of roll some numbers and then everybody gets the same results. Like everybody does get the same dice, but because we're going to be filling in this grid here, everybody's grid is going to be different as they go, and we're all going to have very different stories. So while you could just do the exact same prompts that I do without getting the game, and you can just journal it, because once the prompt comes up, you're just writing a story. There are no mechanics or anything to deal with as far as like success or failure or anything like that. It's just straight up like you journal about what that prompt like gives you. So you could just follow that, or you could just roll your own d6s while you're playing, or you can like use the ones that I'm going to use. I'm going to use a random number generator, so you're not hearing like dice clacking and like me trying to pick them up off the floor when they fall down by accident, because you know how that goes. So, but yeah, if you go to that site, on it's page 21, but it's marked page 20 because the cover doesn't have a number on it. If you were to print that page off, that's this sheet right here. Basically just a 6x6 grid, and then at the bottom you're going to be able to put in any 6 colors that you want. It looks just like the one on the screen there that's being shown, without the colors, of course, because we'll be doing that on our own. So in the meantime, we just figured we'd play something, and that's why I had Board Game Arena pulled up, which I'm going to go ahead and do it again. Do you have any preference on what we play here, Angel? Doesn't look like anybody's quite joined us yet. So I would ask, but nobody's here. So actually, there might be somebody here. If anybody is watching, I know the numbers are always usually a little bit late. So if anybody is watching and wants to see us play a particular game on Board Game Arena, of course, it has to be 2-player friendly. But we'll play that until Sophie shows up. And then once Sophie's here, we'll stop playing and get to the actual game here, Patchwork Potions. But do you have any preference, Angel? I was thinking either maybe... sorry, go ahead.
We've already played Abandon All Artichokes on here. Maybe Sea Salt and Paper or Q-Birds.
Cubert. I've heard a bunch of people talking about that one lately, so that's cool. We could do that. Also, I just got word that Sophie is almost here, so
Okay.
we'll only be killing a little bit of time here. But again, if you are watching and you would like to play along with us, if you're interested in the game at all, that's the game right there. It's bespoketacle, sorry, .itch.io. This is what I get for not having a cough drop in my mouth for like all of 5 seconds. / Patchwork Potions. Patchwork Potions. Oh my goodness, enunciation is absolutely failing me today.
You can do it.
Yeah. Yes, it bodes really well for a journaling game where we're talking about my story. But yeah, bespoketacle.itch.io / patchwork-potions. You can get the game for free there. It is pay what you want. So if you have a little bit that you can pitch Sophie's way, that'd be amazing. Is absolutely not required though. You can just download a copy of the game for free, and then you'll want to print out this specific page here.
And it is a journaling game.
Yeah.
Which will be fun because we haven't played one of those on stream before.
We haven't, no. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be very soon. So, like, let's go ahead and play at least a little bit of Cubert. We can talk about it and stuff, too, because Cubert's is cute. And then as soon as Sophie shows up, we'll jump back over to that game. Also, Sophie's only going to be here for a little under an hour. She's got a really busy night. She's taking some time out of her day for us. But then Angel and I will finish up our games of it, assuming it hasn't ended yet, which the first time I played it, it was probably about an hour and a half total. I played about half of it because I did it right before a meeting with her because I was kind of testing it out and stuff. So I didn't get all the way through it, but I'm excited to actually play this thing all the way through for once. We always joke about like half the reason we even do streaming is so that we have an excuse to actually play games and do stuff. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
And I accepted the game, so
awesome. So Q-Birds. Actually, do you want to talk about this one, Angel? I always just talk about other games. So if you want to go ahead, go for it.
You can go ahead.
If not, okay. So in Q-Birds, I've got it on my screen here too. I'm pretty sure at least. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hey, Soften Eraser. No, we're going to be playing a game called Patchwork Potions. But we're just waiting until Sophie gets here. Sophie's running a little bit late due to no fault of her own. But actually, she just.
And this is Q-Birds, so.
I'm adding Sophie here in just a second. That's your warning, Sophie. Just FYI. But okay, so I'm going to add Sophie here to the screen. Hey, Sophie.
Hello. How are you doing?
We're doing all right. How are you?
I am doing fine, thank you.
Awesome.
How are you doing? Sorry, I'm a bit late here.
Oh, you're fine. I really figured you meant like you'd be like here at like 7:30 or something. So you're all good.
Oh gosh, no, no. I was in a meeting before this, and it ran a little bit late. Technically, I'm at work right now, but it's a Friday afternoon, and so we're all good.
Awesome. Yeah, that definitely works. Friday afternoon, you get to do what you want. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that's the law. So yeah, this is Sophie. She designed Patchwork Potions, which I have.
Hi, Sophie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Patchwork Potions. We kind of talked about it just a tiny bit, just to kind of prep anybody who happened to be here. But before Sophie starts talking about the game, I'm going to throw the link here on the screen one more time in the chat, so it's easier to click on instead of like having to type in the whole URL or whatever. But if I can find the right window, there we go. You just click that link. It'll take you to the game pages on the screen at the moment. The game is currently pay what you want, so you can just go ahead and grab a copy. What you're wanting to do here, we'll talk about how to play the game and all, but what you're wanting to do at the very least is either you can just draw like a 6x6 grid like this yourself and then number it 1 to 6, or you can just print out. It's page 21, which is page 20 in it's written page 20. You'll see there, but there's a cover. So
yeah, there's a
cover. I learned that
page.
the hard way when I printed these out to prep. Silly me, but yeah, that's all you need. You'll need that, and then if you happen to have some like I've got a bag of crayons here, if you have colored pencils or whatever, because you'll be filling in this grid with different colors as you go, and that's the really cool system with this game. So if you want to go ahead and do that while we're talking, then you can play along too.
Any excuse to color, yay!
Yeah, exactly. And I always say I really love artifact games where you actually end up with something special when you're done. And this is like trifold artifact game because not only do you have like a colored grid, you also have a story and you get a sigil out of it. So,
yeah, I'm curious to see if the sigil actually works. That's part of the game that I haven't really played a whole bunch when in testing it myself. I just kind of wanted, I mean, we'll get to it, I guess, when we explain the game, but I sort of tacked that on at the end because I wanted it to be a, just an extra thing that could happen.
That's cool. I love it. I'm like, also just something to point out to anyone who is going to be using crayons. We played cartographers here on stream before, and if you draw with crayon and then you try to write over it with a pen, it does not work. So you'll want to draw your sigil points with a pen and then color it in. Otherwise, it doesn't work that way. Also, Keiki Boss here says, "Hi, Sophie."
Cake Boss. Hi, that's Kay.
Cake Boss. Okay. I pronounce everything incorrectly, so that I am an equal opportunity mispronouncer. But Sophie, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what led you to make this game?
Okay, so my name is Sophie. I live in Portland, Oregon, and I love games. I love playing games, video games. Lately, a lot of mobile gotcha games because I don't have a lot of time. I have a kid who uses up a lot of attention. But when let's see, so in February of 21, I want to say that's around it came out, I stumbled on the concept of solo journaling games. And it was just an aspect of role-playing that I'd never really seen before. I've done tons of role-playing, lots of systems with friends. I've got a great local group of friends. We've been playing, many campaigns over the many, many decades. No, 1 decade, let's say. Not that old. But I'd never really thought about playing solo. And so I was introduced to this concept of solo journaling games where you play by yourself and I call it kind of like a gamified random number system, or a gamified solo writing exercise where you're just given prompts, and the game, whether it's dice or cards or however which the game works, it leads you to create a story, and you can include whatever you want. If you don't like the prompt, you're playing solo. It doesn't matter. You can, re-roll the prompt. It's just a very interesting exercise. And the game that really was my introduction into this, and is still my favorite game, is Apothecaria by Anna Blackwell. And that just really hit me. It hit me at a very sensitive spot in my life that was just the right time to latch on and really just imprint on it like a little baby bird. And so I loved it. And Apothecaria is a game about being a witch in a village where you are new to the village and you come in and take the role replacing this, your predecessor who has mysteriously disappeared. And every week, villagers will come to you and ask you to cure their ailments, whether they are, burned blisters, or somebody is lovesick, or somebody has magical enchanted hair coming out their nose, or, and as you get more and more advanced into the game, the higher level ailments, they get a little bit wackier and more intense and, very interesting there. And then each ailment that you have, you have to cure with a combination of ingredients, and you go off into the forest or the bog or the lake or whatever to find your ingredients, and you come back home and you mix them up together in the right combination. And while you're going off and exploring, you roll on this random table or draw on this random table to give you little encounters, and that sort of builds out your story as you're doing it. And so your story is the places you're going and exploring and the adventures you have with your familiar while they're tagging along with you. And then the villagers you meet, do the same people keep coming back to you with ailments? Is it someone new each time, or is there one person who just, always happens to fall down the well and you need to get them back up and mend their broken bones? Or, reading through the Discord for this game, people love sharing their journals and their stories. And there's a lot of really fun, creative ideas that come out of it. And then there's a phase of this game that's called downtime. So it's very highly, the foraging and potion making part of the game is very highly structured. And there's a lot of rules for go here, do this, draw on this table, have this event, increase your foraging score, decrease your timer, all sorts of stuff like that. And then you get to downtime, which is just a little bit of time you have in between those foraging events where it just says, do whatever. You've got 6 units of time, and a unit of time could be hiking up a mountain and having a conversation with a dragon who lives on the top, or it could be sweeping your floor in your cottage or something like that. Just do whatever you like for 6 units of indefinite time. And that always felt a little bit underdeveloped to me. It felt like a little bit tacked on. And, I also never really had many ideas for what to do. You get so many great prompts in this game for, for what you're doing when you're out foraging in the woods or whatever, but then downtime, you're entirely on your own. And for me, I like to have a little bit of structure when I am coming up with something and having a prompt that you can riff on, something like that. And so I was at the same time, to switch tracks, I was trying to write my own journaling game at this time. I was trying to, emulate my heroes and, decide I wanted to make a game. And I had been experimenting with this system that involved colors. And I thought, like, okay, I've got this grid in my head, and different colors could represent different themes of what you're writing about. And, maybe one theme could be memory of the past, and one theme could be your hopes and dreams for the future, and all sorts of, it was a very, I think the first framing that I had for this game was as a ghost. You are a ghost, and you are weaving together the memories of the people you interacted with over your life, and the colors. I was very literal about the colors. The colors were auras of spirit energy you were interacting with or something. And I thought it was a cool idea. But then when it came time to think of some actual writing prompts for these themes, I was just stymied. I had no idea what to do. And so that came along at this time of me also playing Apothecaria and thinking, I really want something that would give me a structured way to prompt out my downtime. And I thought, well, that's great there. And so I reskinned everything that I'd had, kept the same basic idea for the engine. And I realized that there was just a lot of room to sort of play with the themes that are already present in Apothecaria, of going out and exploring and making potions and meeting villagers and playing with your familiar and, all that sort of thing. And so I basically wholesale stole them and adapted them for my game. But I like to think it can be played on its own, and is designed to be very, independent and unique. I'm not using any, names or specific events or anything like that would infringe on Anna's wonderful game that she made. But it can be played, and it's very, is very laser targeted to fit right into a game of Apothecaria that you're having.
Very cool.
And that actually reminds me, I forgot that I was going to announce this on the Apothecaria Discord. Do you mind if I hop over there and just?
I already announced to 3 different places while you were talking, so okay. Don't feel bad at all. Yeah, go for it. But again, this is actually a perfect opportunity for me to go and throw this link in here again too. This is if you are interested in playing it with us. I hadn't even heard a lot of that myself, about your inspiration and stuff. So that was cool. If you're interested in playing with us here, the game is actually currently pay what you want, which includes free. So you can just go over there, grab a copy, and boom, it's yours. And then you can just play it with us here. All you need is 2 dice, or I'm just using a random number, dice roller thing on the website. So, and then you're all set. Just I've got 7 crayons picked because I'm not sure which of the 6, which 6 of the 7 I want to use. But I've got those picked out for the sheet, and then that's it. It's a really cool little journaling game. I got to play half of it a while back. It was actually right before I talked to you about it at one point, and I just kind of rushed through playing some of it because I was I'm just gonna play 2 turns of it and just kind of get a feel for it, what it's like. And then I ended up playing it until basically our meeting because I was having so much fun with it, and I love it because I've never played Apothecaria. I actually own it now, but I haven't actually played it yet. And this works perfectly on its own too. You absolutely don't need to have any experience with the one, but I can absolutely see how that would work very perfectly with it. It's the same theme, same area settings. You even have it as part of something else. So I'm with you too, where if somebody tells me to just write something, I'm I don't want it. But if you have prompts, it's okay, now I actually this is cool. I can work with this. It ended up being one of the neat things actually about playing the game is that I had kind of a set direction I wanted to go, and the game, the way the prompts came up, kind of guided me somewhere different that worked still just as well, but it it wasn't completely exactly what I expected, which is great.
Yeah, you shared that playthrough with me, I remember, and I actually remember being really happy and proud that it that you were able to create such a nice complete story without needing to reference another game, without needing it to be an add-on to the game that inspired it. But the prompts that you got, they interacted and they built on each other, and they really worked together for you.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And Angel here has never actually played a journaling game. That was actually probably the first one I played. So like, I'm also really new to it, but this will be Angel's first time. So
yeah, and I write poetry and stuff, so I do enjoy writing, so it'll be fun checking it out.
Oh, great! Well, yeah, I'm very happy to share it with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, she actually it was funny because I was like, I got some work to do, and then I'm gonna look over this game, and like then I told Angel, I was like, make sure that you check it out before we start. And she's like, I already did. Like, I already went through everything. Like, I read it all. Like, so
I did my homework.
Yeah, so she was excited enough about playing it too. Okay, so why don't you take us through what this game is then?
Okay, what this game is. So, let's see. So where do we start? So this game. Do you want to start with mechanics or background or?
Maybe the setting, because I think that was one of the things I really liked. Was just kind of the way the rule book starts off with like, well, actually the front cover here.
Okay. Oh yeah, share the cover. I'm really proud of that. I'm not proud of it. Somebody else drew this, but I came across this artist who just had a style that I really liked and was really captivated by the lines and just the coziness that she was drawing. And so I reached out to her and asked if she wanted to illustrate the game. And I gave her a description of all these themes. What I told her I wanted was a cozy witch sitting and reading a book in front of the table where she was making tea with some little apothecary equipment, and she just knocked it out of the park. She made this really great illustration, and I think it does a good job of capturing the feel that I'm going for with this. So the idea is that you are a witch, whatever that means to you for your game, and your setting. Maybe there's a magic school in your setting. Maybe witches are, mysterious practitioners and no one understands them, or maybe there's a very highly regimented network of apprentices and guilds of witchcraft or anything like that. It's up to you, but the idea is that you are a newcomer to this little town. You've just moved in, and you are taking on the role of the village witch. And this is a role that had been filled prior to you. You had a predecessor, and that predecessor has gone missing or is gone unexpectedly for some reason. And so you are filling that new slot. And it's meant to be you stepping into a role that is a little bit unfamiliar to you, so that you don't really know anyone in town. As you go around, you get to meet them and interact with them and start to learn what they like and dislike and develop those relationships. One of the inspirations of Apothecaria, which is in turn an inspiration for this, would be something like Stardew Valley, where you show up in a town and there's a little plot of land that is already reserved for you, but is maybe a little bit unused and has gone fallow without a caretaker for a while. And so you move in and you pretty it up and you develop relationships around the town as you go out and explore. And that's kind of the same vibe that this is going for. So on the next page, we talk about the main themes of what this game represents. So there are 6 areas, and I chose 6 because that's the number of faces on a die. That would make it easy to roll randomly when you wanted one of those. So the themes that you want to focus on in this game and sort of the main areas that you'll be thinking about and engaging and writing about are witchery. So just, the general nature of magic and witchcraft and, your trade as a witch in this village. There is hearth, which is, meant to be your cottage. You are given a home in this village, and it is your space to inhabit and tend the gardens, build up the observatory tower, whatever you like to do to make this place your home and leave your stamp on it. There are relationships. You have relationships with other people in the village. And as they grow and develop, they might be romantic, they might be friendship, they might be adversarial. You will develop those. There is a theme of exploration. So very important to the inspiration of this game, Apothecaria, is the concept that you are going out into the wilds and finding moss and frogs and birds' eggs and all crystals and all sorts of interesting ingredients that you might come back and give to your potions. And while you're doing that, you're not just gathering reagents and potion ingredients. You're also meeting the forest dwellers. You're meeting the pixies who come and steal your hat in the woods, and you're meeting the siren who lives in the lake, and you're meeting the dragon on the mountain, and you're discovering the colony of dwarves that lives in the tunnels and that sort of thing. So these are all things that you might encounter out there. Then there's the theme of the old witch. So I mentioned that there's the idea is that you've moved into the space it's previously been occupied. You're not the first witch that this village has ever seen. This is a tradition that's been passed down from person to person. And so when this theme comes up in the game, it's you sort of investigating who you were, whose shoes you're filling and what kind of person are they? Do you know anything about them? Does everyone, other people in town remember who they are? So, you're going out and you're uncovering your relationship with this absent person. And then lastly, the final theme that we talk about is your familiar. So witches traditionally have an animal companion to be their familiar. Some might have more than one. Some might not have any. If you don't have any, then this theme will be a little bit not resonant for you when you play this game. But it's just kind of an expectation that there might be some cat or rat or bird or unicorn that that is close to you and is your companion in this witchy role. So these are the 6 themes that you have, and all of the prompts, all of the writing prompts in this game are going to be based on one of these themes, and then each prompt will have a main theme that is associated with witchery, exploration, etc., and then there will be a secondary theme that it also comes into play. So when we get down to that level of the prompts, which is kind of the back half of this book, you can see that they're organized by saying, all right, this is the page of witchery prompts. And then in witchery, you might have witchery influenced by hearth, witchery influenced by relationships, witchery influenced by exploration, etc. So we take 6 themes and turn them into 36 different prompts. And then a few more prompts on top of that for some other combinations that we'll get into. So it's fun to see the intersections of these, and it was actually really fun to write them and think about, all right, what does witchery influenced by relationships look like, and what does relationships influenced by witchery look like? Yeah. And there were some times where I would really inspect that prompt and think like, oh yeah, actually, what, maybe I'm going to swap those two. Maybe relationship is actually the main one in this one, and in witchery is the main one in this one.
That makes sense. I think that it was interesting because when I first played it, I think that the story had me finding an animal while I was out or something. But it's interesting because you mentioned that about like if you personally don't have one, we don't have any pets here ourselves, but like we do have some neighborhood cats. Okay. And I feel like something like that would actually be like really perfect for the story this time around. Because just the idea of like cats that kind of just like roam the whole village and kind of own the place, and cats just kind of do that. Like they just, if they're around, they own whatever, like no getting around it. So that'll be an interesting little like take on here already. I'm already excited about doing that.
We call those our porch kitties. When we get a box delivered, they just sit on top of it until we come and get it. They just make themselves at home.
Sure, guarding it from anyone who might come by.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. Like don't even try it. Okay, so actually I skipped a couple pages just to kind of show that really quick, but I think the next thing here, other than the instructions and what you need, again, what you'd need basically is some way to journal. So I'm going to be using wordcounter.net myself just because it's a big open space. I don't have to worry about like it gets another browser tab, so it's easy to share. 2 6-sided dice, standard ones. Just this sheet here. And then just something to draw a color in, basically. I have crayons myself. Angel, I think you had crayons too. Did you have?
I have colored pencils.
Oh, you're fancy.
I already picked my colors and colored in my squares. I'm good to go.
Oh, you are way in the lead here.
All right. So the like I said, you we've got these 6 themes to the game. And the first step that you'll do when starting out is decide to assign a color to each one of them. And that was actually an important decision that I made in designing this game, is to not explicitly add a color to each one. I didn't say relationships are red and familiar is green and hearth is orange. Those are the colors that I use when I play, because they feel like they just make sense to me, and I like the combinations that they come in. But I didn't want to impose those associations on other people. I thought people can make their own colors however they want. And it was also an accessibility concern for me, because I thought, if I choose red and green as these 2 colors that are really meaningful to me, that is going to exclude anyone, who has difficulty distinguishing between the 2 of them. Mm-hmm. So by letting you pick your own colors, by nature, you're going to pick colors that are meaningful and distinguishable to you.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Like
you were talking about like the different colors, and I'm like, orange is familiar because orange is like friend, and like I don't know. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we are all going to have very different like. That is interesting. I like that. What were you going to say though? Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say it also leaves it open for people to have a little more creativity with it. It's like, instead of colors, they might do symbols. You might draw a little picture of a cat for your familiar.
That's awesome.
Or drop in an emoji or something if you're playing digitally. Really anything that distinguishes the themes from each other. Colors is one way to do it, but it really could just be any kind of symbol or identifying mark that you like.
That's what's cool about quilts too, is everybody does that, where they'll put little patterns of their own, and it grows into its own thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what mine looks like now. I'll hide the thing for a moment here. Those are my 6 colors. I went with, that is orange for familiar, not brown. It's coming off terribly because of my lighting, but so I went, wow, all the colors look really weird here. Okay, so I picked purple for witchery, because to me, like purple is usually kind of like royalty, things like that. Oh, nice. And for some reason, that just kind of feels witchery to me too. For hearth, I went with brown. I'm thinking brown, like earthy, like home, like that kind of thing. Relationships is red, just because I had red and I had to do something with it. And it makes sense, like for, relationships of all sorts. Exploration is green, because I feel like it's reminiscent of like forests or like grass, or just basically going out anywhere, doing anything. The old witch is blue, because I feel like that's another one of those like kind of like very reminiscent colors of different things. So just kind of blue, just like, I guess, like called to me, I guess would be the best word for there. And then orange, I use orange hearts as my color for everything. And like, to me, like a pet just sounds awesome. Not only pet, but familiar, like even a whole nother layer of that. So that's what I'm going
to say how weird this is, because like literally all of ours are the same, except hearth and familiar. I have switched, like I have orange hearth and brown familiar. So,
oh, wow.
But yeah, everything else I chose the same exact colors. That's funny.
That's amazing. And we have played cartographers here on stream a couple times, and Jeremy, well, I want to say Jeremy, Justin. Anyway,
that's okay. Justin always calls me Beth, so you can call him Jeremy.
That's true. Yeah, he's calling everybody Beth, like the other episode. But anyway, Justin had said that they actually come with like this a special edition of it that comes with stamps. And I think that would be really cool too. If somebody actually had like a bunch of stamps, you could just straight up stamp all over this. And
like ink stamps that you mark on a page. Yeah.
Or those wax seals. That'd be really fancy.
Ooh, oh, that would be super fancy.
Yeah, I like that.
I love those.
Now I always want a super fancy wax seal set so I can do this.
Yes. That'd be very thematic too.
Mm-hmm. So after starting off, I think this was actually this was the page that got me in the mood to play this game the most the first time. Okay. There's a page of 6 different like startup scenarios here, basically.
Yeah, that was actually one of my favorite pages to write of the game.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's just coming up with all these different ideas and like these really different starting points. And so
have it shared on the screen. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, right, I forgot. Thank you.
Yeah. So the next step is to just begin your game, sort of establish yourself, set your scene. I think if you're already playing this as part of an existing game of Apothecaria or anything else that you might be using this to supplement, then you've got that down. You already established who you are. But if you're starting this and playing this on your own, and you're beginning a new story, like I said, I am the kind of person who, when confronted with a blank page, I freeze up a little bit, and I like to have a little bit of an inspiration or a goal of something to build off around. So it's not starting from a completely blank spot. And so this page was my gift to people like me who might need a little bit of a starting point or a nudge to get going. So these are by no means required for you to use, but they are 6 just kind of very different starting points that you could use to to begin your life as a witch. And I tried to go in as many different directions as you could. So let's see, just going down the list here. There's one where, the old witch actually, you grew up knowing that person. They trained you. You were their apprentice. So that's not actually an unknown that you're investigating, or maybe it is. Maybe they had a secret double life. Maybe they, maybe there was aspects of them that you didn't know about. But the idea is that you are familiar to this village, and you maybe have relationships with other people that are, already established. Mm-hmm. And number 2, you're here out of academic curiosity. You have come to study and investigate the folklore of the region. Number 3, you're just an itinerant wandering hedge witch. You're deciding to stop by in town, see what's going on. They had an opening for a witch, and you decided to stick around. Who knows how long you're going to stay? Number 4. So this is actually my favorite one, because this is
Me too.
One that I used in my own game, where you dropped out of magic school and couldn't hack it in the big magic city, and so you came to the rural sticks and are impressing the locals with your remedial 101 magic tricks that you learned. And in my game, it's a little less of a scam that my character is running, and more just like she needed somewhere to go, after she got kicked out of school. But I like this. This one has my heart, just for the idea of you kind of misrepresenting yourself, and then in my game at least, sort of growing into the role that you are claiming and pretending to be over time as you fill that. The last 2 themes I have, or the last 2 starting points. There's one where maybe you're an older witch. You're a person who had a trade in the past, a blacksmith or a merchant or a teacher or a parent. You had a life before you became a witch, and that informs what you did and how you interact with the world. And then the last one, that's probably my second favorite one, where you're a criminal. You are and you're an evil bad witch, or at least you were in the past, and now you're reformed. It's kind of the Xena warrior princess of the witchy world. And that one also speaks to me as the idea that somebody could have this really dark reputation for such magical crimes in the past, but is reformed and is starting a new life and getting a chance to rebuild themselves.
Like, that was actually the one I basically glanced through these the first time I started playing it, and I picked 6, and halfway through starting my story I found 4, and I was like, no, I'm going to 4, because magic school dropout is just like, I don't know, that's my jam. Like, to just like, I'm just gonna do this thing, whatever. And like, I live in the middle of Indiana right now. Well, Angel and I both do, obviously, since we live together and all. It's be difficult for us to live in different places, but together. But yeah, we both live together. We're in the middle of Indiana in a city that literally has one light. I could absolutely imagine this as a place where I could kind of just sneak my way into being a very studied witch without actually being one. So
yeah, I think there's a lot of similarity between number 4 and number 6, in that in both cases you are you're rewriting yourself and getting to make yourself a new identity, and cutting ties with the past. While you form something new.
I definitely appreciate Lilac Mage here saying that a sandwich is also a valid option. I mean, obviously, like, you could, like, this game is wide open. You can be whatever kind of witch you want. You can even be a sandwich that becomes a good witch. Like, maybe somebody enchanted you, and like, the buns are just talking. You never know.
Like, okay, so moving on to how to play the game. So I've talked a lot. We still haven't actually hit on the mechanics of how to play this game. I hope everyone is okay with me just gabbing on about it.
No,
I definitely am. Yeah,
but there's actually not a lot to the mechanics of the game. It's actually very straightforward in my mind, at least, as to how you play. So you're starting out with a 6x6 grid, and at the beginning of the game, it's empty. And on every turn of the game, you will roll 2 dice, and that will give you an intersection of row and column that you choose. Actually, and you can pick which ones. So if you roll 5, 3, you can go to, you can change that to 3, 5 if you want. So you roll 2 dice, use those 2 dice to identify a spot on the board, and then you look at what colors it has. So when you roll your random space, you will pick the spot that you land on, and then you will look at what color is in that spot, and that's going to be your main theme. And then you will look at the colors that surround it. So up to 8 colors could be surrounding that one color that you've picked, and you find the most common color among those, and that's going to be your secondary theme. And so the idea is that as you're randomly rolling, you will be influenced by what's already on the board, and that will send you off in different directions. And then once you have taken your prompt based on those themes, that will instruct you to put more colors down on the board. And then you will take your turn again, and your next roll is going to be influenced by the change that you have made to everything. And so this sort of grows and evolves, and it adapts with the prompts that you give it. And everyone's board is going to end up looking different, because different prompts will add in different colors and different positions on the board. And it really makes this, totally unique page that is indexed to your story and, has a fingerprint to your story. Now, as you are playing, though, your board does start blank. And so when I say pick a color, find the color that matches the space that you land on, you can't do that if it's blank. And so if you land on a blank space, or if you are surrounded by blank spaces, I have a special set of themes and prompts that go there. And those are much more tailored to be a little more open-ended and really put you in control of what you want to happen here and choose what direction you want to take the story, with the sort of understanding and expectation that if you're rolling blank spaces, you must still be at the beginning. Definitely the first roll, and probably the next 2 or 3 rolls, are all going to be blank spaces that you land on. And then you start moving away from those blank spaces and into the more mature themes. And by mature, I mean like the more well-developed themes and more targeted themes, not like X-rated themes.
Very fair.
And moving into that. So so I call them the featured theme and the supporting theme that I've got there in that documentation. And there's I'm expecting some people to have like very rules lawyery questions about, how do I pick the most common one? What do I do if there's a tie? What do I do if it's on a corner? One person asked me when they were playtesting it that they just sort of assumed that the board wrapped around. That if they picked one that was on the far right edge, that it was considered to be adjacent to the other colors. And I said, I never thought of that. I just sort of assumed that you would go by whatever's physically next to each other. But if you want to play it so that it wraps around, go for it. I don't think it would change the game at all. It's certainly not balanced around, that being a real pivoting turn point in it. And if you come up with a tie in terms of, the most common color that surrounds the color that you landed on, you break the tie in your favor. Whichever one you're more interested in writing about, that's where it goes. Because ultimately, it is a solo game, and you get to do what you want with it and take it the places that you want to go. So there's that little diagram. Oh, that's no longer on the page. I've got it up on my own. There's a little diagram that sort of helps you pick, it helps you understand what you're doing. Mm-hmm. So after all that, you will roll your spot, find your prompts, and turn there. I call the theme for if you roll a blank space, I call that theme potential in this game. So, you might get potential influenced by witchery, or potential influenced by potential. And you'll, of course, the first one you roll is always going to be potential influenced by potential, full potential, because you've got no colors on the board. And so that's always the very first prompt that you'll go to. And that's the one that actually gives you the most choice of all. Scrolling down, that's on page 12. So page 12 is where the prompts start. Page 11 is another little summary of the turn. So on page 12, this is your full of potential page. So when you roll a blank space that is completely surrounded by other blank spaces, then this is the theme, this is the page that you'll draw from. And so in this section, you can either roll randomly, roll 1 of 6, or I really prefer to pick a theme that I want to focus on. So I might say, in this game, I really want to dig into, my relationship with the old witch. So I'm going to pick that as my theme that I go for. And then maybe the next time I roll full of potential, I'll pick relationships or hearth or something like that. And if you want to roll it randomly, you can. But this is really your chance to influence the direction the game is going to go. Because as you can see, the letters at the end of each paragraph, and I was intending to lay this out with a little more insert symbols into this instead of letters that corresponded to the themes. But the idea is that the letters that appear at the end of each prompt are the colors that you then write down after you are finished writing that prompt. So if I picked Old Witch, I would, after I followed this prompt, what do others tell you about the witch who lived in this cottage? Write something about this witch. I would then put down 3 different colors onto the board. I would fill in a square for, in my game, it's purple. The Old Witch is purple. I put in another purple square, and then the star just means put in any color that I want. So I would say it's purple, purple, and relationships. And that by leaning towards that prompt, I've started to bias it towards that theme that I want to be exploring in this game. Because I've put 2 purples onto the board, I'm more likely than anything else now to roll a purple. And there's still room for something else. There's another color that you could be pulling, or you might roll another potential that will ask you to put something entirely different on the board. But this is sort of your chance to get it started and move towards the direction that you want to go.
Yeah, I like too that the full of potential allows you to put a different color too. Like I believe when I started, I was really wanting exploration and then some familiar. So I just when I did the full of potential, I was like, yeah, let's do exploration and then let's add familiar in there so that's more likely. Lilac Mage here had asked, how deep in the colors are we talking? Vermilion, azure, and eggshell, or just red, green, and blue? And I think it's so cool because you can just do whatever you want. Like I'm using crayons. Like speaking of potion tasting like crayon, that's what I'm actually using. But yeah, I mean, you can go anywhere from colored pencils and crayons to I have 2 or 3 of these nice pens that I use, the super fine tip, which I'd probably use up a whole pen by the time this game's done. But whatever, I love these pens. So you could totally just use something like that or whatever you wanted to do.
I really like all the prompts that you have and the things to get started. I mean, this is really nice in that there's a lot of creativity prompt here.
Thank you.
Why don't we give it a start?
Okay.
I'm going to jump back up to the page where we pick our start. If anybody has a preference for a start for me, Angel's is going to do her own thing, I think, over there, or she can follow along here too with what other people are going to vote on if anyone does have an opinion. Yeah, so if anybody has an interest here, just throw a number in the chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're on the screen at the moment. I personally love 4, but I already did that one, so I would probably go with something a little different. 5 feels really fitting too. I really like that is one of them. As far as finding your calling late in life. Since I didn't realize I was transgender until I was nearly 40, I got my most recent job when I was 39. So just things like that. I kind of made a pretty big life shift at 39, and so especially in a fantasy setting, 39 is old. So oh my goodness, 2 5s.
Yeah, we got 2 votes for 5 in the chat so far, and if that's speaking to you, I say we go with that.
Yeah, all right, that's what I'm gonna do. Angel, do you have a preference for yourself? What you're gonna do?
I know there was a couple of them that I liked. I'm just reading back through them again.
Go for it. I remember when we played Legacy of Dragonholt, I believe it was.
Yeah.
The character you picked was basically a lot like 2, where I think you were I don't remember exactly the lore of that game, but I believe you were an elf who had left home to explore, to like kind of mingle with the people outside of elven society, and you were outcast for doing so. But it was very much like, you focus very much on research and like learning the lore of other places. And
Yeah,
so
I
you're
do like
kind
that
of
one.
so you're kind of like a traveling like writer, basically, of like like Bard but without the music, basically, of like kind of capturing stories from
Yeah,
everywhere.
and it gives me an excuse to be nosy.
That's true. That's the given excuse. Like when you're talking to anybody, like, what? I'm just writing a story. Like
No.
that's why. Like, don't worry about my search history about why I was looking into these random things. Like, like the best ways to like snoop or whatever. Like I'm writing a book, and the main character is a snoop. So like that's all. So,
Not me.
okay, so I'm going with 5. Angel's going with 2. And if anybody here wants to play, absolutely, all you literally have to do is just start writing a story here. I'm going to flip over to my word counter document here. Sophie, will you be playing too, or are you just going to be like offering some insight? Or
since I've got to drop out in a little bit, I think I'll just hover over your shoulder virtually.
Okay, so we're going to do a quick little. The game generally states when you're doing these things to write at least a paragraph. I know at least for the prompts it does. So I'm going to try to do something a little quicker so that like I'm not taking like 20 minutes of the stream with you just watching me write.
I did have a question that like I'm sure it's not written in stone or anything, but like is each prompt meant to be like a journal entry, whereas they're kind of standalone but they work together, or do you try to continue the story by swaying what you've already written?
I mean, I see them all as definitely one continuous narrative, but one linear narrative, but it can be interrupted. It doesn't need to be like each prompt is literally one paragraph in a story, and you need to have a clean transition from one to the next. I sort of envision it more as it's a journal entry, so there could be days or weeks in between each one.
So you're just kind of getting a peek into somebody's
life.
Yeah,
exactly. Okay. And especially if you're, like I said, if you're using this to accompany another game, this might just be something that you pull out when you need when you need a prompt for for some downtime that you have. If you're playing this by itself, like we're doing here, this is the primary narrative that you're writing for this. So you might feel a little more compelled to be more complete and to have one prompt really just directly lead into the next. But I think there's also an appeal to having it be a little more of a snapshot in time of in sort of leaving you to infer what happened in between these two prompts.
Cool.
And as far as writing a full paragraph goes, my secret is that actually, so when I write, and honestly, when I write all journaling games, I don't actually strictly journal. I write a lot of outlines and bullet points. I think to myself, these are the themes that I'd really like to get to. This is a scene that I'm really imagining, and I might not write it out in complete sentences. I might just sort of describe it to myself of like, okay, yeah, that sounds really cool. Next one, let's go on to the next one. And then then later I like to come back and sort of look at them and maybe turn them into an actual polished narrative. But I find it takes a lot of the pressure off of like thinking that my first draft has to be totally complete and polished by the end. Because I'm a very perfectionist kind of person. And I know if I let myself focus too much on that first paragraph, I'm just never going to get to the second one.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opposite. I have basically like a very, very entry level starting point for where I am, and then I just write. And like there are a lot of times where I'll like, oh, I didn't like the way this went, so I'll like go back and delete like a couple paragraphs. But like, that was what was interesting playing this the first time, was that I didn't know where I was going to go. I knew I wanted to explore, and like halfway through what I had played of it, it wasn't even exploring anymore. I was doing other things because that was what I wanted to do. And so like, I don't even remember what that story was like, but it totally did just like take me somewhere. And I really liked that. So the one problem with that though, is that like, I'm trying to write an intro here and all of a sudden I'm writing like a year of this person's life. So, like, whoops.
Yeah. And that's definitely something I would not be able to do writing live on stream. That would terrify me. My journal is very private for me, even when it's a fictional character journal.
Totally understandable. So a year ago, Zoe, a good friend of mine, it ran this game jam, basically the Knife Bunny game jamboree, and I love game jam, so I entered it, and I went on the stream because that's how it worked. Basically, if you wanted to take part, you could join the stream or not. I just kind of was going to listen and maybe chat as I was working, and I got in there. There were like 3 people there. I was like, this is too much. I can't focus. Like, I'm gonna, just do this on my own, and I'll let you know like what I have when I'm done. And then this year I actually joined it and managed to chat the whole time as I was making a game, which of course goes a lot slower if you're, talking to people, but it's doable. So like we're kind of getting it now. And it feels very like what I really like about the main reason I stream, other than just to kind of give us an excuse to do things like play games or whatever, is for visibility's sake, like just kind of presenting myself as who I am. And the visibility comes with that. And I feel like that visibility comes across too in writing, that like, you don't have to be the best, that you don't have to, go without making mistakes. Like, I'm probably gonna have typos like crazy in here. I can already see one thing underlined, whatever. I don't care. Like, it just happens. So I like being able to at least, like, I feel safe enough and confident enough to be able to do that. And if I mess up, whatever, it's funny if nothing else. So,
that's really admirable confidence. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, sure. I mean, you're here too, and like talking about your game. That's confident. That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so what's next? You're writing.
Yeah, I'm almost done here. I'm gonna actually, I figured out what I'm gonna do with this. I was gonna like basically talk about how this other person had like introduced my character to being a witch, but I'm actually gonna go with this person being the old witch, and then like settling down, and then they just disappeared like 2 days later. So
okay.
Let's go with I'm just gonna use non-binary pronouns for this person. There you go. There's my intro. Every day felt the same. Wake up, work a meaningless job, eat something, and go to bed. That maybe hits a little too close to home for like a year ago for me. Maybe it was a day off when I felt guilty for not spending my time doing work. Years had passed that way, decades even. I don't even remember what it was that snapped me out of the moment, but one day I decided enough was enough. I didn't even quit my job or say goodbye to anyone. I just threw what I could fit into a bag and started walking. I found that living on the road was far less stressful than I'd expected. They brought me into their home where I stayed, which I'll have to change that later, change. Later. They brought me into their home where I stayed for 2 nights, learning a bit about witchcraft. On the 3rd day, however, I woke up and they were gone.
Oh, so just you're thrust into this position. Here you go. Here's your cauldron and broom. Have fun.
Right. And I have no idea what I'm doing, but there's going to be a lot of work for me to do to pick up what everything's going on. So I'm kind of blending the magic school dropout with the thing. So we get to do both. Like I kind of broke in there. Oh, hey, Kit Kat. Nice to see you here. Let me throw the link to this game here. I know, Sophie, you're going to have to be leaving here in just a moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of time left. I've got to move on and make dinner for my kid.
That's a good reason, though. Where can people find you?
We appreciate you shared your time.
Where can people find me? So Twitter would have been the answer about 6 months ago, and then I blew all that up in protest of Musk taking over, and I didn't really have much replacement social media. So you can find the game at the link that you've been very kindly dropping. You can find me usually on Discord. If I don't know if anyone really wants to meet me in chat or ask me questions about this game. I guess I could drop my Discord handle in this.
Go for it.
I don't think I don't know that I have access to comments.
Oh, yeah. You should be able to. I'll throw it in there if nothing else, though.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, put that in. I'd love to, send me a friend request if you want to talk about this game or, learn more about the games that inspired it or anything like that. I'd love to chat.
Awesome. Yeah, here we go. That's Sophie right there. And if you ever if you can't find that or whatever, just reach out to me too. I'm Beth at weirddraftgames.com. You can email me and be like, hey, I really wanted to talk to Sophie, but I lost that Discord or, you just want to be able to copy paste it or, whatever else. Just absolutely feel free to reach out anytime. I just imagine the Scooby-Doo unmasking. The old witch is the old witch. Like, yes, exactly. Lilac Mage. That's it. Like, boom, done.
I love all these prompts you're coming up with, Lilac. You've got a really creative stuff that's coming through here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely agreed. And new to our channel. So I just assumed that you knew Lilac Mage, honestly.
I believe I recognize that name from the Apothecaria Discord, where
cool.
where I just posted a link. So,
Hi, Time Roller.
I didn't see that come through. Oh, hey, Time Roller. Thanks for the raid, too. That's awesome. Just to explain, Sophie is going to be leaving in just a moment. We are going to be playing the rest of Patchwork Potions here. Angel and I will be. We'll be explaining the game. You can actually get a copy of it, too. Sophie is amazing and has this game available as pay what you want. And that includes free. So you can just click over there and then literally have to do, and I can even just show you right here. You go over here, you click download now. You can just say, no thanks, take me to the downloads. Although I would highly recommend going ahead and paying the $2 because it's 100% worth it. But you can just hit no thanks, take me to the downloads. And then that's it. Like, you can download the game. And if you want to play along with us here, all you have to do is either draw a 6x6 grid and put some numbers around it and pick some colors across the bottom here, like that are going to represent your categories, or you can like download or print off page 21, which is numbered page 20 on the bottom because there's a cover, of course. And then you can play along either now or if you're watching later. So.
I also want to say, if you do feel compelled to download this and give me money as you do, there's also another option for that, which is the last paragraph in there has a link to a bundle that this game is part of. It's a bundle for trans rights in Florida and various charities that are supporting the situation that trans folks are in down there. If you buy that bundle, you will get this game as well as a whole bunch of other games. So if you're in the mood to spend a little bit of money, I would definitely direct you there.
There's a link to that too. But yeah, you can absolutely get there from there. And one more quick thing about that. I just remembered to do it this morning, like this evening. If you do play it, like throw a comment there. We, as creators, love to see comments on our stuff. Like even just knowing anybody played our stuff is like the greatest feeling in the world. So like if you do like, just throw a comment there. Tell her what you've thought about it. You can click here to like throw a rating on it. And then there you go. So yeah. Did you do anything else to add before you left? I mean, you can stay as long as you want, but I just don't want to I'm not going to talk for 20 minutes where you can't leave. And then
I think I want to see this first turn play out. Like I want to see I want to see the mechanics come, and I want to see you put down the colors on the page, and then I think I'll have to leave.
Okay, cool. So the turns in this game, Sophie did cover earlier, but what I did is I just rolled 2 dice in a number generator here. I'm just going to share this tab instead so you can see it. I rolled a 6 and a 2. So that means that, let me flip over here too. I'm sorry, I'm flipping between a lot of stuff. I'm used to just being lazy and doing board game arena stuff. So what that means is I can either fill in 2-6, which is, I always forget it's like not mirrored. So 2-6 would be here, or I can do 6-2, which would be whatever, 6-2 and 2-6. It's so much easier when I can actually see what I'm doing. So basically, you pick one of those two, which right now doesn't matter at all because all of the page is blank. It is full of what is the word you used? Full of potential, which is very true. So I'm going to go ahead and pick column 2, number 6, which puts me at the bottom. There is an optional mode here. You can even just fill in the square with your color. Well, I'll show you what you're filling in with, but I'm going to do little stars on mine because I use stars for my name. You can see there because you can make a sigil here too. So as you go, you can create a sigil that you'll fully realize in the very end. So what I did was I just put a little star there. It's at the location I just said that I don't remember. Column 2, row 6. And then we're going to flip over to the document here
Page
where we're going to
12.
get 12. Thank you. I'm scrolling, by the way. I already did some, but I apologize for the speed of the scrolling here.
You're not sharing the screen yet.
Oh, that works out then anyway. Oh, am I not? Oh, I have it completely off. I closed the other thing. I forgot. Yeah, that happens a lot. Okay, so there's page 12. You didn't have to worry about seeing me scroll super fast and get nauseous. So this page here says full of potential. That's what you're going to refer to anytime you have not only white basically uncolored that you've landed on, but also all around it is uncolored in. Otherwise, you're going to reference basically the square itself and then the majority of what's filled in around it. So what we have here is, like other sections, each of the prompts here instructs you to add 3 colors to your grid. Special to this section, 2 of the colors will always be the same, and the third can be any color of your choice. We get to pick which of these 6 we're going to do right here. If anybody has a choice, feel free to throw it in the chat. I'm personally leaning toward Old Witch, because the story basically has us waking up in the morning. Our old witch, who basically is like our very suddenly new mentor, is just gone. So I would assume the very first thing we'd want to do is try to figure out what happened to this person, especially since we have no idea what we're doing. We've only been in this village for 2 days. We don't know anything about the place. We also don't even really know how to be a witch yet. So my guess would be Old Witch. But if you want to pick a different prompt, I am all for running through whichever one. And I'm just going to give it a moment here before I go ahead and do one. Angel, what do you think? Like, what's your story so far? And then what are you going to do here?
I've been listening so much I haven't gotten much written, but I have, after a long journey, I finally made my way to the small town I will call my home. I was drawn here by the lore and the traditions of this quaint and distinct place. I sure hope they're open to sharing their stories with me and allowing me to become acquainted with their customs. I am eager to learn and help out where I can.
I like that. That's perfect, because like, if you were, that basically, like, if I am to personally journal about my days or whatever, like, I'm not gonna like write my whole backstory into it. You know what I mean? Like, like that's much more of an actual natural like journal entry. So that's awesome. Okay, so nobody has commented, probably because everybody's so busy playing this themselves.
Oh, sure.
So,
yeah, I say go with the Old Witch.
Okay, so we're going to go with Old Witch. And before I do anything, so you can see how this works, what we're going to do is we're going to fill in Old Witch, which I've chosen as blue. The square that I'm on currently, and 2 of the squares around me of my choice, down here rather, are going to be these 3 colors. So I'm going to go with blue on the square I'm currently on. And let's go with the corner too. So we're kind of starting in a corner here, basically. And then let's take the one to the right of that. And I'm going to go with, if anybody hasn't said anything, okay, nobody said anything. I'm going to go with exploration, because exploration is always my favorite. We also need to explore this place and find out where we even are at this point. So I think that makes sense. Witchery would have made just as much sense, because we need to figure out how to be a witch. But like,
absolutely,
maybe as we explore, we'll find somebody who knows what happened. So both of those kind of coincide together. So this is what, and I'm going to hide the other screen here. This is what I look like so far on my sheet. So blue is Old Witch, green is exploration, and there we go. So now if I were to roll and land on, I always see this backwards, on this space, I already have something there. So we're already informing our next prompt as that happens. And yeah, like Mage, I would imagine that playing a game that uses colors is going to be difficult in the dark. That's cool. It's as you're learning the game, it'll be very easy for you to play it too. And I don't have a formal way to share this, but if you do happen to write something, absolutely share it. That would be awesome to see too. Maybe if you we'll throw it at like, if you can get on a like document, throw it at Sophie's Discord then.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to see what people make with this.
Yeah, or if you throw it at my I'm gonna send it from the Weird Draft Games thing here, because I'm being lazy and I want to change screens. This is my email, so you can throw it there too, and then I'll share it with Sophie either way. But yeah. So yeah, now we're gonna write a little bit of a story about Old Witchery. Angel, what did you choose? What's your prompt?
I'm still trying to figure out the potential thing. I'm like reading some of that, and I rolled a 4 and a 3, and then I'm still working on that.
Okay. And then yeah, the prompt here, which I almost totally forgot about, is right here. What do others tell you about the witch who lived in the cottage before you? Do you believe them? That's a perfect question, since that goes hand in hand with what we're doing here as a story. I like that we it also embeds that whole like, you know, there's the fallible narrator basically. There's a better term for that. I don't remember what it was.
Unreliable narrator.
Yeah, unreliable narrative. Thank you. So it is very possible that these characters don't even know. And what I love about writing a story from the hip, like just shooting from the hip here for our story, is that I don't even know yet, and we can change it later. We can make it up as we go. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna make this up as we go. I was using dashes to show between. Oh yeah, I forgot when I did this before. What I did was I wrote down old witch, full of potential. Actually, the other way around. Full of potential old witch. That way, if I were to go back to this, I can see, where I came from and where I was going. I don't even remember if I'm sharing the screen yet. So hold on. There we go. Yeah. No, I'm not. Okay. Back over to this one. So yeah, this stuff below the dashes here is what I'm doing now.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, you pick one of them and color the first square that you rolled, and then you color two next to it, like either direction, or
yeah, or in anything adjacent. So the idea is that you're always going to be adding 3 colors to the board. Every prompt has 3 colors, and if the space you want to color in the 3 spaces that are closest to the space that you rolled. So if you rolled a blank space, that's going to be one of them. If there are blank spaces surrounding the one you rolled, you will color in those of your choice. And then so as you get later on in the game, as the grid starts to fill up, there might be, you might roll something that's just completely surrounded by other colors, and you can't color an adjacent space. So you just color in as close as you can to where you rolled. But it's your choice as to exactly where that is.
And I see 2 of the colors will be the same, and then one will be a different color.
Yeah. So for this first prompt, full of potential, there will be 2 squares that are the same color, and that will match the color of the prompt that you chose. And then 1 color of your choice. And that's to give you the most control over what colors you're putting on the board to start with. Okay. And then you'll see as you get into the later prompts, they tell you to put on 3 specific colors, and it's always 3 different colors.
Okay, but you're writing about one of the prompts, not combining the 2.
Correct. So for your first prompt, you are just writing about one of them.
Okay, cool. I picked Hearth because it's about the history of the house, and so that I can explore waking up the first morning, coming to this new town and explore the home I'm in. And then I picked the secondary as exploration because that's a topic I'm interested in, and hopefully it'll come up more.
Great.
I can't not be snarky. So I've written so far, I left my new home, or what I guess I could call a home, early that morning. I'd assumed that Sybil, which I Googled witch names, and it was one of the first ones that came up. The first one that didn't end with an A or an O, so like it was more non-binary friendly, was playing a prank on me with the note she left behind. It simply read, "Dearest Beth, it was lovely meeting you. Enjoy the hearth, the town, and all of the work I'm leaving for you. Bye." I feel like being stuck with more work, especially when you don't know a job, like after going on the roads. Yeah, exactly. Bye. Like after going on the road to escape work that you already didn't like it's just kind of like a fun slap in the face. Not like just a slap in the face, but it's a fun one, like a wake up slap, I guess. I don't know. So plus, I mean, you're new in town. You could just leave if you wanted to. Nobody's gonna think anything of you. So
yeah. All right. So I think I can stick around for one more roll. Okay. And then I got to go start cooking shrimp.
Okay. I'm going to just make a note to come back to this, so that way we can show off what one more roll looks like right now, and you don't have to Also, shrimp sounds good anyway. So that you don't have to wait on us here. I'm going to flip back to the roll of die tab here, and I'm going to hit go. We have 1 and 3 now. So we're going to be in the exact opposite corner. No matter what I do, it's going to be somewhere in this little area here, which again is full of potential. I'm just going to go ahead and choose this prompt this time, since Sophie is going to be leaving here in just a little bit. And I am going to go with something different this time. Let's see. Flip back over to the screen. Okay, so now we basically this setup is going to be that like nobody knows where the witch went. Maybe they'll tell us a little bit about them, but now we have to figure out how to do this work. So we're going to be basing this on witchery, and I feel like we're going to base this on I want to say either relationships or hearth. I think I'm going to go with hearth because like now we have a new home and we have a new job. So like we're doing both of those. I'm going to choose witchery though as the primary here. So that's going to be 2 witchery and 1 hearth, which is going to be witchery is purple. Sure, that'll make Angel happy anyway. And I'm going to go with first. We're going to do 1, 3. So we're getting close to the same place where later on this can merge into interesting color combinations.
I like it. I like the direction you're going with this and the stuff. I'm sad that I'm not going to get to see these colors interact with each other. The whole heart of the game that I'm here for. But I'm really looking forward. Please show me what you do afterwards, or maybe I can come because this stream is recorded, right? Maybe I can come back and watch the rest of it.
Yeah, we're gonna we have Justin that I mentioned earlier. He uploads all the videos to YouTube. He is way behind because he also does our booth running and all that. So he will get to it. And I can even just let him know, hey, like if you can get this one done, like as soon as possible, that'd be cool. Well, I mean, like he usually tries to edit and stuff, and I'm like, you don't have to edit, it's cool. So like less work anyway. But yeah, it would be cool to have this anyway. Because I'm gonna be curious about it too. Like I have no idea where I'm going yet. So like I'm also excited to see where this ends up. Okay, so here's what I've got now.
So sorry, my own raid left me behind. Hi, Time Roller. We're glad to have you here.
Hey, that's totally understandable, Time Roller. Honestly, when we raid into places, I usually leave right away too because like I'm exhausted after streaming, and like I feel like the same thing if I watch a stream and then somebody like it ends and we go to somewhere else. I'm like, hey, cool, this is a great person. I'm going to follow them, but I'm also going to take off because I'm busy. So like watch them some other time in the future. So yeah, this is what my I'm going to hide this again. This is what my sheet looks like now. So if I were to land here. Now I already have like this is potential, but everything else around it, there are 2 different ones here to choose from. So it'll be, we're already building into something, and you can see it. Like it just looks cool already anyway. Like we have the brown crayon I have is kind of horrible. It's a play school giant freaking crayon, but like, it's still cool. Like I have like colorful thing now. It's nice.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for sharing that with me and for showing everything you've got there. Angel, it was really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And get to interact with you. I've heard a lot about you.
Huh.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where both of your stories go. Awesome. Thank you so much for featuring this. Thank you for helping this game along. I don't know if you told the story of how we met, Beth, but long story short, as I'm heading out here, Beth was assigned to me as my mentor as I was trying to put this game together. And I had the idea for this game, and it was I drafted notes and everything, but I needed someone to sort of help me figure it out and put it together as a complete package and really inspire me to cross the finish line. And Beth just really liked the game and really gave me a bunch of enthusiasm and motivation to continue it. So I'm really appreciative for you and the role you played in helping this get to the point where it is.
She was genuinely excited about it. Like when she first talked to you and heard about this, it was something that just really rang with her. So she was excited to be your mentor.
And you made it really easy.
Hearing her talk about your meetings and the things you were coming up with.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thanks. I'm really, it's really sweet to hear.
It's a really clever game. I'm glad to have the opportunity to play it, and we appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm happy to be here. All right, I've got to run, but have a great time playing this. I hope you make beautiful stories.
Yeah, we'll do our best at least. Have a great night, Sophie. Thanks for coming by.
Bye.
Okay, so So first off, I haven't looked at the chat in a bit because I was trying to rush through. Like, I wouldn't want Sophie to be waiting here forever. She does have a kid to feed and stuff, and I would hate to be responsible for someone's death by starvation. So first off, just to go back through here, chat a little bit. First of all, hi Brooke. I feel terrible. I did not see you come in. Brooke here is super awesome. She has been a great friend on Discord. She actually makes her own games too. In fact, they are, I forget what they're called, like Pico 8, I believe is like the P8 in Brooke there. They're like the code fits in a tweet.
Oh, neat.
So like, yeah, I think that's amazing. I can barely fit something to say in a tweet, let alone like something like that. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Lilac Mage says here, the old witch has a thing for a niece, so if you're in the woods and it smells like licorice, you're near her. Look out. Okay, so I'm gonna like get back to the story here. I guess change the right screen now. Oh my goodness, I am terrible. If I have like 4 tabs open, I'm lost. So like I have like 8 right now. Oh, also, if anybody wants to, I know I've been sharing this as we go, but we have had people come and go too. So if you would like to play this game now, or even just download it and try it out later, that is a link to the game. You can grab it. It's bespoketacle.itch.io/Patchwork Potions. The game is pay what you want, so you can just grab it for free. Or if you just want to like very quickly play along with us here, you can literally just like follow the exact same prompts that I'm doing, or you can just print out or even write. The whole reason of this is to avoid the printing. You can just fill it, like write a 6x6 grid on some paper, and then number it, and then you can just go. So absolutely here. Let's see. Oh my goodness, that is the greatest combination of emojis ever, Lilac Mage. I feel like that needs to make it into the story somehow, like a fish like dual wielding purple fire. Like that's epic. Okay, so I'm gonna finish the story I had there, and then we'll get to this next prompt, which is witches tend to focus their attention in particular areas of the craft. Do you have a specialty? What were you known for before you came to this village? Which is fitting because my character wasn't known for anything witchy before here, was working a different job. So I'll have to actually explore what that other job was in the story here, which makes sense. Like we're kind of leaning back on the whole, like, great, now I'm stuck with all this new work in a new place instead. So I'm going back to the story. Right now in the story, at least, my character, which I'm just going to call Beth because like I'm already writing a lot. I'm terrible at coming up with names, and that includes for people. So Beth here woke up in the morning, found a note from Sybil, who was the old witch that this game relies, talks about, with a note basically saying bye, and that everything there is yours now. Let's see, what kind of shop would we want near us? I feel like a bakery would be something nice to have near the witch's hut. Although that might not be the greatest smell. Like I feel like a lot of the reagents and ingredients that witches work with aren't really the best smelling. So a bakery probably wouldn't want to be near a witch like hearth. Let's see. What would be funny? I've always wanted to be like do kind of blacksmithing work. I definitely am never going to do it because it's way too hot. But just the idea of working with like metals and stuff is really cool to me. So so let's just say that my character was also a blacksmith in her day, but now she is cursed with being directly next to the blacksmith. So just kind of a reminder of that nonstop as like leaves her house.
So I think I finally got through my second prompt.
Oh, nice.
So I rolled a 4 and a 3, and I had gone to the Full of Potential. I chose Hearth. It says, how is the history of your house reflected in its rooms and gardens? What personal touches have previous inhabitants left behind? I at least have some. I love waking up in a new place. It feels like the potential for adventure is fresh and full of possibilities. I do admit I am curious why the previous occupant would ever feel drawn to leave. The garden is in full bloom and has everything I would ever need to make my concoctions and potions. It's a dream how lush and vibrant all the flowers and herbs, fungus, vegetables, and fruits are. Though the home is small, there's a lovely library nook, and it is stocked full of old favorites and new spell books for me to learn from.
Oh, nice. Very well done. Yeah, you're already getting the hang of it really well. I am actually stealing an idea from Lilac Mage here, and instead of blacksmith, I'm going to go with cat wrangler. I almost went with the used cardboard box seller because I think that would just be really fun, and it would kind of take this village in a direction that would be fun in general. But cat wrangler is going to go with the fact that I want cats around the town. So it just reminds me of like there was at one point Angel's sister was living here too, and had brought a dog, and the dog was just kind of like chained up outside, and then it got out and it ran off, and the cops basically caught it and put it in a cage. We had to go pick it up from. So I just feel like this cat wrangler is going to be somebody who just nonstop goes around picks these cats up, throws them in the into the clink, or like in jail or whatever, and
Yeah,
then
that dog's name was Rascal for a reason.
yeah, Rascal is a very fitting name. I agree.
And actually, the whole reason that my sister had the dog was that it was a stray that had ran off and come to her yard several times, and she took it in. So it ran away to be with her, and then ran away again. So it's just a little free roaming dog there.
Yeah. That dog. Oh my goodness.
Has anybody in chat played a journaling game before like these? What's your favorite? Beth made one, and it was played on stream at one point. It was a poet journaling one, and we had fun watching that be played.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Tides.
And Poetic Tides, indeed. And yeah, it would be nice to just like move in someone's house. We were talking earlier that there are some neighborhood cats around here that like it's funny because first there were a couple that kind of would come in our garage a lot. We call them Batman and Robin, and because one was like a very very black cat, and they would like I think Robin was the one, right, that was really skittish and would just kind of run away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's why we called that one Robin too, because it was like very fitting with them anyways. But then the neighbor across the street had them, and then like a bunch of cats were dropped over there, so they were just kind of like living there, but they don't stay in there, so they kind of like just roam around the neighborhood. They come over here a lot. I've even gotten some pictures of them. Like we have a chair out front, and one of the cats will literally just sit in it, and even if you open the front door, which is like inches away from it, it just kind of looks over like what. And then if you open the screen door, it'll like hop down and slowly walk away, but it doesn't care otherwise. Like it'll just sit there and be like, "What are you doing?" Like, did I say you come out here? Oh, you're you play Apothecaria with your daughter. That's awesome. I hadn't heard of Apothecaria until Sophie, and I bought a copy of it a few months ago because it looked so cool, and because this is something I've always kind of wanted to do anyway. Just make something like this level of journaling, or like even Apothecaria, which has way more depth and mechanics and all going on with it. So just got it for research, but I haven't actually had a chance to play it yet. We've been extremely busy here with Weird Draft Games. Oh my goodness, so many fulfillment issues, and we had special events going on, just stuff like that. So Angela and I do not run Weird Draft Games. We both work here. Carla is the one that runs Weird Draft Games. So she's the one that has all the super fun work. We just kind of pick up all the other stuff. So. I'm going to try to like make these things short, because if it were up to me, I would just like write nonstop, and that's really not the most entertaining thing in the world to see. So so yeah, this is a journal anyway. We're not like living these moments. This would just be like basically what's journaled anyway.
Lilac Mage says, I play a lot of TTRPGs, but sometimes I don't have someone to play with, so solo journal games is great for getting that itch scratched. Beth and I usually play games together, like 2-player, but sometimes we don't have time, so we'll play solo as well. But yeah, that's usually our game count. We don't have a big gaming group or anything. We do play online BGA game nights on Monday evenings, but other than that, we usually stick to solo or 2 players.
Yeah,
It's
we
fun.
we are very much in the camp of like we haven't played this game at 3 or more. I bet it'd be really interesting, but we haven't done it yet. So oops. So my second prompt I wrote out. Well, I already written the red one part, so I'll just read that part a little quickly. I left my new home, or what I guess I could call a home, early that morning. I'd assumed that Sybil was playing a prank on me with the note she left behind. It simply read, "Dearest Beth, it was lovely meeting you. Enjoy the hearth, the town, and all of the work I'm leaving for you. Bye." I left the home and went to the next door cat wrangler. I suppose at least I didn't have that job. If we're up to me, I would just let them roam around like they own the place, because they do, after all. The guy who ran the place was covered from head to toe with scratches. Only a few are fresh. The rest must have been there for ages. Upon speaking with him and explaining the situation of Sybil leaving me the place, all he could do was shrug his shoulders and say, "Yeah, that sounds about right." I'm not hearing you on the.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
I said I'm trying to keep notes on what I rolled and what I wrote down, so then I kind of know where my journey went and why.
Yeah, that's what I do too. I put like in brackets like this one full of potential witchery, so that way I knew basically like where I'm going with it, like what the intended thing is there.
Nice.
Thank you.
We're so quiet.
Yeah, I know it's very hard to like write and speak at the same time.
Yeah,
So basically what I've got here so far for this one, it quickly became obvious that no one in town would help me out, so I guess I had to help myself. A stack of notes with chicken scratch writing was piled up next to the cauldron, or whatever the heck that big metal thing was called. It reeked, that's for sure, even though it was empty. The top one said something about allergies and cats. Goodness, it looked like the name of the cat wrangler next door too. Sucks to be him, I guess. No idea why he took that job, but now I get to figure out a way to help him, or at least maybe not mix the wrong stuff together and kill us all by accident. There you go. Yeah. Normally when I was playing this, I would be, like it would be much more like elaborate. When I did write it, I believe when I played half of this game, I think I took like 6 turns, because the game is 12 turns overall. The premise is that each time you're filling in 3 of these. So 12 times 3 is 36. You'd have the whole thing filled in. Because even if you land, like even if I were to land on this space again here, like 2 more times in a row, like I just exactly played this exact same space. And so like all these were filled in around it, you would just start filling in whatever is nearest to it from that point on. So there's never a time where you're not going to fill something in. Okay. But yeah, we're just kind of doing like a brief, more light story here. At least I am. I don't. Angel's probably gonna have like some like magnificent book. I don't know. But, like,
Probably not. I'm
Okay.
just making little journal entries that paint pictures.
that's fun. Okay, I got a 2 and a 6, which if I wanted to, I already did a 2 and 6 actually, which would just put me right there where I can't see what I'm looking at because there's a piece of paper and it's solid and I'm not even on the right tab. So yeah, I could just go right back where the star is here, or I could go over here instead. That'd be 2, 6. The other
Was I
place, which
supposed to put a star?
Hmm?
Was I supposed to put a star?
no, you don't have to. You can. There's another variant of this game in the rule book that talks about sigils, and so the premise of that one is that like each time you place a thing, you and I'm already not doing it right anyway because you're supposed to like connect the two with lines each time.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just an optional add-on. I think I kind of inspired that one a little bit because I told Sophie that I had a game that I wanted to do with this. That's and it is not the reason that I'm excited about this game. That's not the reason I like it or that I want her to, continue working on it. But there is a game that I'm going to use the system for once she has it completely done. And the premise of that one is it actually came from Assassin's Creed, the latest one. One of the little side mission things you come across is there's like on the side of a hill, there's like stone basically like a snake, I think it was. And I looked into that to see if it was real, and yeah, there actually were people that like would like make art in hillsides, and it was really tough work because you had to like not only create the art, but then you have to maintain it forever. Like as the grass grows, you have to cut that back down so it's visible. You have to redig the trenches and refill them with stones so that it's more visible from a distance and stuff. So I was going to use this basically as a system where you're like a further generation down who is left with the work of continuing this. And as you go, the lines you're drawing are actually like in the end, that's your hill art. And you have to kind of describe what that thing is. So I feel like maybe I could take a tiny bit of responsibility for that. Although Sophie has run with so much of this, and she did everything on her own anyway. Like she said, I mentored her. I basically just told her she was doing great, and then I'd see her in a month. And like if she really wanted like a goal or whatever, like maybe try to get like this certain thing done or whatever. But like basically all I did was like meet with her like once a month or whatever, and say hey, this looks amazing. Like I did this thing and like checked it out, and like basically that was it. So. I can't take any actual credit for this stuff. Lilac makes a good point that since it's a witch game, it should probably use a hex grid, which I totally agree. That would make perfect sense. And it would make sense too, because like really you'd have like hexes have 6 sides around them. So you could still do it. That's an interesting point. I'm going to make a note of that so that like I can let her know about it. Hex grid via Lilac Mage. Okay. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. So since she's talking about using this for other game stuff anyway, it would make sense to like help differentiate this one that it would have a hex sheet instead of like just squares. And then the other ones could use squares. Okay, so I'm going to choose for the sake of what's the word I want to use here? To basically show off the game here quicker. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go right back to the same spot that I already was at, which is 2, 6. So like we're looking at a square now. You can get a feel for what it's like when you already have something on the space. So first we pick the color of what I'm currently on, which again, I have to flip back to the right screen to do this, and I'm going to hide the other thing so it's more obvious. Okay, so first we're going to pick this space right here. This is blue, which on mine, blue is Old Witch. So we're returning back to Old Witch. I'm going to flip over to the rule book here. And what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down to Old Witch. Each of these sections is like each one has a specific page for itself. So we're going to go to Old Witch. And then to figure out which of these 6 we're going to use right here is based on what has the most color around it. So right now we have around this space, which would include the 3 above it. So basically like there's nothing below it, but we'd pick these 8 squares basically. We have 1 blue, which is Old Witch, and we have 1 green, which is Exploration. That means that either one of those can apply. If anybody in chat has a preference for if they want Old Witch or Exploration as the secondary, let me know. Otherwise, I'll pick one in a moment. And no, I don't think that, I mean, it is silly, but like not in a bad way. That's awesome. The squares are, like Mage says, Angel, squares are so last season. Sorry, I'm silly and tired and not ready to sleep. I feel like tired and not ready to sleep is kind of like our vibe this whole week. We did a special Weird Draft Games Day on Saturday where Angel and I streamed 9.5 hours altogether, with basically a 1 hour break in there, and that was it. We had a whole bunch of different people on here with us. We got to meet a lot of cool people. Kitty Cat was here earlier. She was one of them. She's awesome.
Yeah, she's been so cool to swing by and play games with us since then. We love it.
Yeah. And Cat with sunglasses, boom. So yeah, ever since then we have been very, very tired. Angel had a lot of work to do with Weird Draft Games that she had to catch up on. I had a lot of work to catch up on. I'm still not done with, and when we're done streaming here, I'll be finishing that up because there are some people that have messaged on the Galactic Raptor Games Kickstarter account that I still haven't gotten back to in a week. So I should probably do that before I take the weekend off. Okay, so I'm going to go with, let's go with Exploration. We haven't done any Exploration yet. So
You're
Old Witch.
Ahead of me.
Oh no. Old Witch and Exploration is our third thing here. This prompt says, the witch's journals speak of a treasure hidden. Oh, this already has my name all over it. The old witch's journals speak of a treasure hidden somewhere in the wilds, but the exact location is never mentioned. Yeah, that sounds like Sybil, since like literally we've been told nothing. What sort of cryptic clues or maps did they leave behind instead? So that is our prompt for this next segment. And it would also make sense that we were looking through the journals. So that actually kicks right over to our story here. And I'm going to jump back to this tab. I don't think I'm even sharing. Yeah, I'm not. Of course not, because why would I do that? Awesome. I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong. Sarah Pole. If I am, I always joke about being equal opportunity mispronouncer. But it would be great if you tried it out. Here's another link too, just in case. But if you just grab it, you can just download it, and then you don't have to worry about like it's just yours. So trail of breadcrumbs is the fairy tale option. Yeah, that's fair. But I feel like all the cats would eat the breadcrumbs. Maybe one of the cats is the clue. Like maybe, yeah, there we go. That's what I'm gonna do. This is gonna be a little weird, but I mean, if it's not weird, what am I even doing? So this is Old Witch Exploration. While going through some of Sybil's, I'll try to speak as I write this so that there's not just total silence. But Angel, if you want to interrupt at any point to say anything, you're more than welcome to.
No worries.
Like, no pressure to do so. I'm just saying, like you can just jump in anytime.
I'm all focused on writing and listening, so I haven't been very chatty.
Oh, you're fine. It's like cool. We're also very tired too. So going through some of Sybil's journals, try to find cure for cat allergies. I came across a mention of treasure. It wasn't treasure per se. Wow, I cannot spell right now. I put per se as SAE for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, it wasn't treasure per se, but that cool shiny thing over there that was referenced. The only other thing I could understand from her handwriting was a name. Cat name. Lilac Maid says, trail of cats, the Calico Trail, take left by the Tabby Hill, beware the Maine Coon. Cat name. because we aren't jumping to other tabs to Google things the whole time. What are we even doing? Okay, so the number 2 cat name on this list is Diva, and I feel like that's a great name for a cat that has treasure, or at least that knows where treasure is. I went to the cat catcher. Cat wrangler. Cat wrangler. Wrangling is much more fun than catching, I think, as a word. The only person I'd spoken with since I got here, when I arrived, and asked if he knew the heck he was. He okay, let's see. Angry look came across his face as he moved closer and whispered, "Why? What has she told you about me?" After 20 minutes rambling about a rambunctious cat, I discovered Eva was, in fact, the rambunctious cat he was talking about. He pointed to many of his scars and said they came from her. Apparently, she's also very talkative, and he's worried she'll talk about him. What's that about? He did say that she loves Tomcat Valley Blues. That's awesome, Lilac Page. That's there's a game called Big Easy Busking from Weird Draft Games, and we were actually just talking about it yesterday, the day before, because another member of our team, Jamie, is going to be at Dice Tower West, and he's going to be working a booth for the first time, and that's one of the games that will be there. And Tomcat Valley Blues sounds like a name of a song that belongs in that game, since it's all about jazz and New Orleans stuff. Yeah, Tomcat Valley Blues sounds perfect for that also. So okay, so he did say that she loves we don't have a laser pointer because this is a fantasy setting, but let's say something that glows, something glowy. No, you know what? Actually, okay. So when I was a kid, we would go to Brookfield Zoo, and we discovered one day when we were in the meerkat enclosure, like this dark area with like a bunch of like marsupials or whatever. I don't even remember. It's been like 30 years. But that if you took a stick of gum out and you held it up, like the wrapper itself, like that came, like that the gum comes in, the reflectiveness of it kind of caught, and the tiny bit of lighting in there, and they all would just stare at it, like they'd follow it around, like it was just amazing, and like we always had fun with that until we went a few more times and they were over it, like they didn't care anymore. I don't know if they just stopped, like it stopped being interesting to them, like they were over it, or what exactly. Maybe they stopped making such shiny wrappers. I have no idea. Back in my day, the gum wrappers were shinier. But so let's say something like that. He did say she loves, let's say, sea glass.
Nice.
And the way it catches. He said that whenever he needs to speak with her about ne'er-do-well kitties, he just leaves a few pieces of it out, and she inevitably leaves it out near the beach. She inevitably comes collect So I guess I need some sea glass because he nearly turned and ran away. And I asked where I could get some. Or when I asked if he had any to spare. He even mumbled, "My precious," as he did it. Okay. So there's my third one down.
Nice.
Oh, I forgot to fill in any of the colors. The whole point of this game. Like, okay, so I'm going to share this tab this time and actually do it instead of like saying I'm sharing it, but then it's not actually on the screen. So this is what I was talking about as far as each page having its own, or each rather category having its own page. So basically, if you're on a square that says Old Witch, which is what the case was here, then you go to the page that has Old Witch. And then the secondary one, which is the majority of what's around it, is what you follow under here. So you'll see here at the end of each prompt, there are 3 letters. The ones that are full of potential just have 2 letters and the same letter, and then there's a question mark, and you get to fill that in yourself. But from then on, you are using the 3 colors that it gives you. So this one is X, which is exploration. So I'm going to throw that. The very closest space here, actually I'll show it to you. The very closest space to the one I started at is directly above it. The other ones would technically be 2 squares away, I guess. This is all considered 1, but I still think this is closer than this to this space. So I'm going to fill that one with green. And then the second color is H. That's actually Hearth. So even though that had nothing to do with the Old Witch or exploration prompts, it does have to do with that story because they're about the Old Witch's journals, which would be in your home. So I'm going to throw that to the side here, which for me is brown, the way I'm playing this game. And then the third one is W, which is Old Witch, which in mine is blue. So I'm going to fill that in. And here we go. I'll show off what I've got here. And then take another turn. So, okay. Sleep well, Lilac Mage. Thanks for stopping by and for all the great prompts and ideas and everything else. If anybody else does happen to be playing here while we're going, or if anybody has like a favorite, basically favorite prompt here out of the 6, let us know what you think. It was great meeting you, by the way, Lilac Mage. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Yes.
So this is what mine looks like now. I am 3 turns in, and I have filled in 9 squares. They're all basically in this corner. So if I end up somewhere else, like over here or something, I'm still full of potential. Anywhere up, it's so hard to point when you have to look around a piece of paper and everything's backwards. So any of these spaces here are going to be full of potential because everything around them is. And then we get up here, this is still potential, but it's slightly different. Okay. So I'm going to roll 2 dice again. And we got 5 and 6 now. Well, that guarantees this is going to be full of potential because 5 and 6 means that I am straight up in this corner right here. I only have 2 options, and that's going to be here or here. Here, rather. And either one of those, you can see all 6 spaces around it are white. So it's going to be full of potential. We get to do whatever we want, which is going to be perfect because we're going to have to explore. So I'm going to go with here since it's the closest so we can really start filling in this map or this grid. I call it a map because I think it kind of looks like you're building town while you're exploring town and stuff. So we're full of potential here. I flip back to the rule book so you can see what full of potential is again. I'm going to scroll very quickly. Sorry, I already did a lot of it, but full of potential. So I already did Old Witch, and I already did Witchery. So we're going to do exploration this time since we are trying to. We need sea glass, and then we need the finest treasure. First, we're going to fill in the main one. So you can see here, exploration here. is XX, which is exploration, and then I said a question mark earlier, but I meant asterisk, which means you can put in whatever you want. So for me, exploration is green. Fill in the square that I'm currently on in green. Oops, I forgot to do the sigil drawing. There you go.
And while you're coloring, I can read the next prompt that I made.
Heck yeah, go for it.
So my second role was still full of potential, and I chose the old witch. And so I wrote, I am so pleased that in settling in, the neighbors have been so welcoming and open. I have learned many things about what the area offers. There are many people of varied professions. One woman made me a lovely doll, and an elder gentleman brought a basket full of fresh baked bread. A seamstress asked me what colors I liked so she could order some fabrics to make me a new dress to wear to a local festival happening next month. Apparently, the old witch that lived here before me was quite active in the community. The villagers aren't well off, so they pay with what they can, which is usually connected with how they make a living. The people of the town are very superstitious, and their traditions go back to way before any of them can remember and were passed down from their ancestors from through the generations. I pressed a few of the neighbors for more information about the old witch that lived in the home I now reside in. They were more than happy to fill me in on many details. Apparently, she lived among them for the last 30 years. She would brew potions all hours of the day and night. People would see colorful smoke coming from her chimney and wafting across the countryside. They often wondered if she ever slept, as she was always seen busily working on one thing or another. When asked, no one seems to know where she's gone off to. They were so accustomed to having her around that after a few weeks they sent word that they were in need of someone to fill the position, as her absence was felt by all. I admit that I feel more and more confused and curious as to where she could have gone and why.
I like that. I like that a lot. You did a lot more detail. I love that, and I like that you're kind of like really setting a scene there. And I like too that it actually did kind of feel a little bit reminiscent of Legacy of Dragonholt too, because that was basically our story. I was a traveling like apothecary, and then Angel was like the elf who was exploring, and we were going around together. And it was very much like that too, where we just kind of like accepted payment of like whatever people had, instead of like, give us gold. So, like I like that a lot. And you're really getting to fill in the whole like exploring and learning and all that too. So I think that's really neat. What's your third prompt? Like what what did you roll, and which
I
one
have
did you end up with?
that now.
Oh, okay, go for it.
Like I said, I think I'm a little behind on yours.
Yeah, I'm going a little. I'm going quickly so that
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not sure we can get through it all since there's so many.
that's cool. I can go quickly on mine, and then we can get through
Yeah.
it. I can probably finish in the next hour or so. While you're rolling and figuring that out, I filled in my paper. So what I did was I went with exploration as my primary and familiar as my second, which is very fitting because I'm going to see a cat. So I filled in 2 green, which is my exploration, and then I put 1 familiar over here, kind of encroaching on that area. So
Nice.
thank you. And my prompt says, what's a place you haven't explored yet, and what do you know about it? That's perfect lead in to me heading to the beach for some sea glass.
Okay, I had a question. Like when I roll, and that first spot that I rolled is blank,
Mhm.
and it is for here, but there's one close to it. Like, does that count, or is it still like the full of potential?
Okay, so basically that works. I'm gonna scroll very quickly again. I'm sorry, I already did a bunch of it. I'm terrible about warning people. Okay, so I have it on the screen here, I believe. Yeah. Okay, this is the potential screen. Basically, so it's full of potential if, for example, this one is white, and then literally everything around it is. In this case, that wouldn't be. It's hard to see through the page. So like this one, this is full of potential. So there's like This one here is white, and then every single thing of the like a square around it, basically, including diagonal, is white.
Okay.
If I was here, this is potential, and then there's one colored space around it, and that still counts as it being that one because it is the most of, because if okay, so like let's say that there's it says the most of something, but that can mean one. Like you don't have to beat out the number of white for a majority.
Okay. So, like if I have one square that has one color on there, then it would be that instead of potential.
Right. So you'd pick potential as your primary, and then underneath that, so on page page number 13, but it's the 14th page in the document.
Okay.
It says potential across the top, and then it lists like the 6 different themes, and so basically you would pick the one that one color is matches. So like if that one was exploration.
Okay, so instead of full of potential, it would be potential, and then I would pick that color.
Right, exactly. So you're not necessarily stuck with. I mean, you are stuck with that prompt, but well, I hate to say stuck with because like basically that's the prompt that you're given. But Sophie even says that like if you don't like a result, just pick something else. So like you're never stuck with anything.
Okay, so for in coloring,
Mhm.
do I color the main square that color 2 then, and then pick one other color, and I don't color 3 squares?
I'm not 100% sure how it works if there's a specificness to it. But what I do is the like okay, so like just for example, if yours was potential witchery, there's 3 letters at the end of that, WRO. And those basically the first letter of it. So like the thing that you landed on, like that space I would fill it in with W, which is witchery.
Okay.
And then you would pick 2 spaces around it that are not colored in, and then color them in order of the R and the O, which
Okay,
R would be relationships. What's that?
I said, oh, okay, that's what those are for.
Yeah, those are the 3 prompts that you're going to be filling in, or the 3, themes that you're coloring into your sheet.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
I've read it, but like sometimes stuff makes a little more sense when it's explained.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and like, reading and actually playing are 2 different things anyway, too. So plus we don't normally learn games like on stream. So like that, it's different and new for us too. So
Yeah.
okay, so I have as a prompt, where was I? I'm scrolling again like crazy. Apologies. I have exploration, and I chose familiar. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's what I filled it in with, but I'm full of potential. So again, scrolling very quickly. Full of potential and exploration. What's a place you haven't explored yet, and what do you know about it? So I'm going to flip back to that screen. I want to put full of potential, exploration. Well, going to the beach isn't anything to complain about. Even if there happened to be a bunch of dead fish, it's got to smell better than Earth does with that dirty old cauldron. Luckily, there were no dead fish. If any, there were bones, though.
Oh no.
Cats picked the fish clean, but then didn't clean up after themselves. I assumed there would be plenty of sea glass, but apparently, did I ever pick a name for? I don't think I did. Yeah, I just kept calling him the cat wrangler. But apparently, let's come up with a dude's name.
That's funny. I haven't even mentioned anybody's name either.
That's awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna go with the vibes from The Office, and I'm gonna call this dude Toby.
I
Uh,
like that you always have humor in your writing.
well, thank you. Apparently, Toby really needed all of the sea glass he could get.
So my prompt is you dust off something that's been unused or in despair since you moved in. What is it and why did you neglect it until now? So I have to
Oh,
write about that one.
interesting. I like that too. That there are only 36 prompts in this, but they're all open ended enough that like you can take basically any story and run with that. Um, and also specific enough that like that kind of gives you an idea of where to go. Like, you could just think like, hey, you know what? Like I, decided to start cleaning and this thing like, I hadn't realized I hadn't used it in a long time, or, just all kinds of options for that. Oh, the the Grammarly like thingy is stopping me from seeing if I can put a period there. Okay, there we go. Apparently, to go on a treasure hunt, I needed to first go on a sea glass hunt. We had been wandering down the beach for about an hour when a small glint of light caught my eye. Could it be? I ran with the shreds of remaining energy. Thank you for fixing my typos there, Grammarly. With the shreds of remaining energy I had for it. Dove at it and snatched it up like my life depended on it. At the very least, being able to afford food for much longer did. So I guess my life did depend on it. It took me several more hours to gather a handful of sea glass, but as I was exploring, I did find some interesting places where ingredients that I recognized from Sybil's journals could be found. I snatched a few of those up too and brought them home. Whipping up cat allergy potion and bringing it to Toby. He gave me my choice of, or he said he would pay me a few coins, but I saw a very sad looking kitty in a cage and said I would take them as payment instead. So there's my familiar. I have cat now. That's what I'm going with. Okay, so now we're going to go to our next prompt. Roll these dice. And I've got a 2 and a 3. So either I land on Hearth or I land somewhere new. I'm going to go to somewhere new, but that still puts Hearth as my secondary. Okay. So flip back over to the game page. And now we are just on potential, just like Angel was a moment ago. And that's potential, but it's hearth. Oh, I have the same prompt that you had. You dust off something that's been unused or in disrepair since you moved in. What is it, and why did you neglect it until now?
That's funny. Yay.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Yeah, hello. So first I'm going to color this one in brown, because that's what I chose for hearth. And you too, because we both have the same colors except for the two.
Yeah, the hearth on mine is orange.
Oh, that's one of the two that was different.
Is brown. Yeah.
What's brown?
The familiar. So I
Oh, yeah.
switched.
Right, okay. W is Old Witch, so we're back to Old Witch a little bit. I'm going to put that over here so we can start getting away from full potential. And then the third color is O, which is... Oh, I already did O. Yeah, it's HWO. So W is actually Witchery, which is purple for me. Kind of throwing that near my other Witchery. And I will throw this on the screen in just a moment because I'm almost done. Okay, so this is what this looks like now with the crayon knocked off of it, with where I am. So I just moved up into the top left, or top left on the screen at least, corner where the brown is there. And my map is starting to fill in, or my grid starting to fill in. Okay, so throw that back on the screen. Throw this on the screen. And that is potential hearth.
Facebook cupboard.
CUPBOARD, I believe.
I thought so. Like, is it cupboard?
Yeah, it's a cupboard. Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense. You set your cups on a board, so.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm stretching this one a little bit. I've mentioned a few times in this story about the disgusting cauldron, which we'll just assume is dusty now too. Whatever, why not? There was a lot of work undone, so it's fair to say that the thing hadn't been used in a long time and was dusty. And if we're going to do anything on a grand scale, we're going to want to get that cauldron under order. Plus, like, it just smells, and nobody wants to live in a smelly house. So the cauldron, it sat there, and yet it loomed everywhere. It filled me with dread, and yet I knew it had to be tackled. Nowhere in Sybil's notes did she explain how to clean the I'm already forgetting the word. I'm getting tired, so it's like my words aren't coming too well. The cauldron.
So far, I'm kind of in the middle. I got to wrap up the rest of this, but it's been a few weeks now, and I have to admit that I half expected the old witch to come back and wonder who on earth had taken over her home. Though as the days pass, I have spent more time looking through the contents of this place, partly hoping to find more clues about the previous occupant, and partly because I like things tidy and organized. Stepping into a fully furnished and lived-in home has been quite the new experience, and it's hard to get out of the guest mindset when I still don't know where and what everything is in my home. That brings me to the small box with the rusty little lock I found tucked on the top of a kitchen cupboard and covered with a layer of dust, though there were finger imprints in the dust as if it had been recently handled.
Huh. Interesting. I like that intrigue of, like, it has been used, just like.
Yeah, I'm going to write something like, I hate to break it, so maybe I'll take it to the local locksmith to open or something.
Oh, nice. Cool. I like that. I have nowhere in Sybil's notes did she explain how to clean the cauldron. I don't think she ever has, in fact. In one journal, she'd mentioned the value of seasoning it like a pan, but there were also comments on a couple of the pay slips. I don't know how which gathers payment. A couple of the feedback forms that Sybil left strewn about, and obviously unread, that the taste of the elixirs seemed weaker over time, and I assumed it was because of the way that other reagents seeped into each new concoction, unwelcome or not, or welcome or not, rather. I nearly passed out twice. I did pass out one other time, but it's clean now. Woo. I still don't know that I'd want to drink anything out of it, but no one here died from Sybil's remedies that I'm aware of, so it should be fine for them. Besides, what am I gonna make in something that big for just myself anyway? So we took a quick little break out of the treasure hunting story to take care of the hearth. Oh, I should mention, find another cat name.
I like Merlin for a cat.
Oh, Merlin's cute. Okay, I'll go for that. Merlin. The scrawny cat that I recently saved. Finally managed to eat something once the hearth stopped reeking. So I think I'm on the right track. I gotta mention our kitty while we're here. Okay, so now we're gonna roll some dice again. I got 6 and 3. Okay, so one of those is exploration. I'll just go with that. This will also be a great example of what happens when there isn't enough empty space to fill in all 3 spaces directly around you. Because that will happen, especially as we get later and later into this. My whole drawing on crayon definitely is failing me. As you can see, I tried to draw a line down here and it did not work because this blue crayon is like, nope, not happening. So let's use our imagination a little bit on the sigil, but that's all right. So we landed on this space here again, right here. So as you can see, I'm sorry, it was this space here, this one. So as you can see, all the spaces around it, except for one, are filled in. We have to add 3 colors. So what are we going to do? I'll show you. First, I'm going to throw this back on the screen so we can see what my prompt's going to be. We have exploration. So I'm going to scroll very quickly here down to exploration. Oh, I wasn't sharing that screen anyway, so that works. You didn't have to see it anyway. Okay, so we're down to exploration, and we have 2 blue, 1 green, and 1 orange around it. We are on green, but that does not count toward the green around it. So blue, which is Old Witch, is going to be my secondary here, which is going to be this one right here. So first, I'm going to fill in the 3 colors so I don't forget. O being Old Witch, so first we're going to throw in blue. Oh, that's interesting. Under exploration here, the Old Witch prompt does not add more exploration. I think that's neat because it kind of it makes it so that like you're not just, oh, we're going to have more exploration, and then eventually the whole board is just full of exploration and you don't have any more options anywhere. So we have that one, and then W is witchery, so purple. And what I'm going to do here now, it would be great if I could actually see what I'm doing. Okay, so we have all these filled in now. Next, I'll hide this again too. Sorry. We have all these filled in. So now we're going to go with the nearest space, which to me would be this one next, and then either this one or this one, because the one here in the corner it would be 3 spaces away, and those are like 2.5 basically. So that's what I'm going to fill in.
Okay, so the last little bit that I put, I'm not quite sure where I was at.
You'd said that about like the fingerprints on it.
Okay. So I put, I hate to break it open. Maybe I will take it to the local jeweler and hope he can assist me. I met Thomas just the other day and he expressed interest in a trade. He struggles with arthritis and could use a tonic. The previous witch used to brew him up something he would pour into his bath and gave him some relief. I looked out and found that there was a large bottle already made with Thomas's name on the label called Weary Wash. I will have to take the bottle and lock the little box to Thomas the next time we go to town.
Nice. Getting into some like magical sound and stuff. That's awesome. No, pardon me. Just in case anybody is here that hasn't been here for a bit, so like you joining in partway through here, what we're doing is we're playing Patchwork Potions. It is a game, journaling game, a solo game, but we're playing, together, but also separately. And you can play it together too. You just kind of take turns with, coming up with what you're going to do or whatever, or agree on what it. But I'm going to share a link here. Assuming that it ever sends through. Okay, there we go. There it is. You can go there. The game is pay what you want, so you can get it for free. You can, throw a couple bucks her way. Sophie was here earlier, but had to leave. She has a kid to take care of, so like we already ate dinner, we're fine. But she did make some time for us out of her day, which was really awesome of her. Basically, this is a solo journaling game where you are filling in this sheet. That's how you get your prompts in this game. Instead of just rolling some dice and then just like following those numbers, you are rolling dice, but that picks a location. And then basically what space you land on and what's around it is what your prompt ends up being. There are no like rules to what you actually write though, just the prompt. So like you don't have to worry about like failing anything or stressing about anything. The game was originally made to be played while playing Apothecaria. But you can absolutely play it on its own. That's what we're doing now. Neither one of us has ever played Apothecaria, so we are just playing it as a standalone game.
Okay, so this is the first time that I've rolled where I have a color.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a few different colors on it. So the color is blue, which is Old Witch. So I would go to the Old Witch page.
Correct.
And then I would look at the majority of the colors, and that would decide which of the prompts I would do.
Right. And if there happen to be an equal number, like you can just pick one of the two or pick one of the 3 or whatever.
In this area, there are 2 blue and 1 purple. So it would probably be the blue.
Yep.
All right. And then so I would go to Old Witch, and then it says OHF on there. So I would color 3 blocks anywhere that's connected to this area with those colors. Okay.
Right.
I think I got this.
Cool. Yeah, you got it. My prompt says, and then you can read your prompt too. Foraging in the wilds, you discover a trace of the old witch somewhere unexpected. Did they come here often or just passing through?
Mine says, you never met them, but sometimes you dream about the old witch. This morning, one of your dreams came true. What was it?
Interesting. Dreams of what's going on too. Which, like, I can't, like, oh my goodness, I almost hate myself for doing this, but I can't hear Dreams without Dreams of Yesterday, which is coming to coming to Backer Kit soon for Weird Draft Games. Seriously though, there is a game called Dreams of Yesterday that we've been dealing with a lot lately. Like, I don't know, dealing with sounds like a bad thing. Like we've been having to like
Yeah, I've been
handle stuff.
enjoying it because we actually
But
got
yeah,
to test it, and then she sent us a prototype of it, and I got to photograph. I love taking pictures.
yeah, there were some nice pictures too. Like,
Thank you.
you bet. But yeah, it's a game coming from Weird Draft Games here. Hopefully starting on Backer Kit March 7th. As long as Backer Kit does approve that, which it sounds like should happen, but there is that. In fact, I have a link here. It's I have to remember it. Weird Draft Games /DOY3. That link will take you to BackerKit to sign up to be notified when it starts. Also, and this is just a little like inside thing here. The reason there's a 3 on that is because Carla has created a bunch of links for Dreams of Yesterday. So like technically, if you go to like weirddraftgames.com/DOY1 or 2 or 3 or like 37 or whatever, it will take you to the same place. But we are using them all just to kind of see, like, just kind of some friendly competition and just out of curiosity, you know, like if we have special events or something, what's going to lead to people clicking on it. DOY3 is my personal link. So, or if you want to give credit to Angel.
Oh, no worries. You can leave yours.
Oh, I know.
I put mine in the blog, so you can use yours.
Oh, you're gonna crush me anyway. But Angel, we claimed. I jumped on number 7 because 7 is one of Angel's favorite numbers.
My
So,
favorite.
or it is your favorite, yeah. Other than maybe like 42, but
Well, I was born in 77, saying how old I am, but it has 2 sevens in it, so.
nice. That's awesome. That does work out. So yeah. So my prompt again was, I already forgot it. Old witch. Foraging in the wilds, you discover a trace of the old witch somewhere unexpected. Did they come here often or just passing through? I also wanted to point out that on my sheet here, I'm going to hide the screen here so it's easier to see. I got my first red from this prompt, which is relationships so far. And it's funny because the other game was the same way. I kind of stuck away from relationships entirely. The only relationships I had were with the familiars. And in this game, relationship doesn't mean like, you know, it's not like a dating sim or anything. Relationship could be friendship or even just meeting people, like, you know, like coexisting or making new partnerships, things like that. Or it could just straight up be like, you know, you found somebody you're interested in or whatever. So for me, like I kind of just stuck away from people, and I was like, I just want all the animals in my life in my last one. And that's kind of where I've been this time too, even though I only have 1 orange for familiar. But while this prompt has nothing to do with relationships in general, it does have to do with the relationship with the old witch, because we are exploring somewhere that the old witch had come across, and whether or not that's did they come here often or just passing through. So we're going to be exploring that, which is very fitting because what we're going to be doing right now is going to where the like basically that cat, we're going to be giving it the sea glass and figuring out where its treasure is. So it would make sense that with the old witch Sybil having actually notes about the treasure and about Diva the cat, who is going to be telling us where this treasure is, that the old witch would have been there before. So that's perfectly fitting. I'm going to flip back over to where I'm writing. There you go. Okay. And here we go. Exploration Old Witch is my prompt. This morning, I woke up early and more excited than I can remember being in the last however many years. It was Treasure Day. I'm not gonna say it was. It's Treasure Day. I grabbed my handful a sea glass and ran for the beach, finding the spot that Diva must have lived in easily. Assumed, at least, as there were piles of bones left near a small opening in the base of a giant tree. I think that sounds fun. You know, you think of like squirrels and stuff being in trees, but like, you know, cats like to climb trees. Why couldn't they just live in one? Like, especially that's really big tree. So that's what we're doing here. I left sea glass, the pile of sea glass near the opening, and took steps back. Or not. Bull, who are you? Eva said. Yep, you read that right. Eva spoke. Actually spoke, not just like randomly purring or whatever. I introduced myself and explained Sybil's note. Merlin was able to back me up, although only in language. I was surprised but not disappointed that Merlin couldn't speak English. I explained that I was there for the treasure. What did I call it earlier? That cool shiny thing over there. And that I was desperate for some kind of source of income. It was then that I noticed the bell on Diva's around. Let's not go with bell. Let's go with something more shiny. The tiara glittering on Diva's head. No, it's mine. Nice try, though. Unless you want to end up looking like Toby, never ask for it again. Yeah, this is the one problem with like not knowing where I'm going with the story, because like now I'm like I don't want this to just lead to like nothing happening. So, but it also seems like really like forcing something to be all like, but now Diva's gonna come home with us, because it's like Diva never went with, you know, the old witch either. So maybe we've just made a new friend or acquaintance that might help us out with other things in the future. Let's see. Oh, no, even better. Okay. We're going to go all in on the fantasy stuff here. I nodded and swallowed rather hard, as no, I didn't want to get clawed up. But Eva said, I feel like I can come up with much better synonyms for what I'm doing here. if I was less tired. It's been a long week. But Diva said, I do need something shiny myself. There was a scepter that went with this tiara. If I can get it back, I can claim my rightful place as queen. I held back a laugh and almost said something snarky, and Diva moved aside and let me see into her tree home, where I saw gems, legit gems, not just sea glass, which Diva pointed out were like gems from this tiny. We're like gems, but far less valuable. Help me out, and you can grab. You can trade each piece of your own sea glass for. You can trade me 1-to-1 sea glass to gems. I asked where the scepter might be. Eva replied, Sybil was trying to find it and involved the wrong people, which is why they had to leave. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I could be doing a lot more interesting things with this story, but like the fact that I am rushing a little bit is leading me to situations that are like a little less fun than I would normally aim for. But again, that's the fun thing about journaling is like, you know, the next day I can just do whatever I want and it'll be completely different. So let's see what our next prompt is going to be. I'm going to roll some dice here. 1 and 3. It's either witchery or it's potential. I'm going to go with the potential. Let's do it. Plus, we're making an interesting like sigil here because like we're going back and forth a lot this way. Not that you can actually see the pen because I'm writing on crayon, but you know. Okay. So we have, and I'm going to scroll. So I probably should have scrolled before I started sharing this tab instead. Am I sharing it? Yeah, okay. I would hate to have not shared like what I was writing the whole time. Wouldn't be the first time I've done something like that though. Okay. So we have potential. And then we can choose from witchery, hearth, or old witch. Let's actually read the 3 different prompts to see which one of these sounds the most interesting here for our story. We have done hearth already. That's the dusting off something that's been unused or in disrepair. We didn't do witchery yet, which says somebody comes to you asking for a minor spell or some other form of assistance. What do they need? Do you ask anything in return? Or we haven't done Old Witch either, which is browsing through the Old Witch's journal. You turn a page you haven't seen before. Does it describe a magical secret, a personal detail, or something else? Which that seems very in line with what we've been doing so far, like trying to figure this thing out. Maybe Sybil has left behind some clues as to what this scepter is, where it is, like what's going on with it. Just whatever there. So I am going to go with, and I kind of have an idea with what I want to do now. So I'm going to go with Old Witch, which means that we're going to go with the letters O, H, and W. O being Old Witch. We're going to fill in one of these blue. H is Hearth, which is brown. And W is Witchery. So you get more purple. I got that up here. Okay. So yeah, browsing through the Old Witch's journal, you turn a page you haven't seen before. Does it describe a magical secret, a personal detail, or something else? It's interesting too, because the first time I did this, while I didn't have a lot of relationships with people, what I did was a lot of exploring. I had already had like several pets at this point. I think there was yeah, and that one I actually had a few squirrel friends because I was exploring like the forest at that point. And I was basically trying to work as a witch, like actually creating these concoctions, actually helping people out, earning a living that way. I was playing as the option where I was the magic school dropout, but a couple turns in, I kind of changed that and twisted it a little bit to not drop out like we're tricking people or things like that, but more like drop out like things happen in life to where we had responsibilities and we couldn't continue the schooling, but it was something that we were very interested in, and we still wanted to do our best and help people out. So with this one, on the other hand, we're just somebody who, I keep saying we, but I mean I, like I am a character who is sick of like my old job, and now apparently I'm along for the ride on this get rich quick scheme, or not scheme, but we'll see how that goes. So I'm researching an old journal to try to find out more about this. Where are you at, Angel? What's been going on with you?
I was researching too long of a name for a town.
Oh no.
And got caught up with that. And I ran to the bathroom a minute ago. But I am still on the same prompt, but I am making progress.
That's cool. That's what's,
go ahead.
I was gonna say that's what's nice about solo journaling games is you can take as long as you want. And I always feel like that something kind of comes out of it that like you can use elsewhere, even if nothing else. Because like I could totally see making a game about a cat that gives out treasure.
Yes.
Like, anyway, that would be funny. So there we go. Like
so far, I've had more dreams than ever since moving here. I suppose that's fitting as the town's name is Briungloid, which I am told means dream. Though some have been silly and feel meaningless, most have been of an elderly woman who is small but seems wise, helpful, and kind. And what I was going to write was from what I've been told from the villagers, it must be the old witch, and then I'll write from there.
oh, cool. Like that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was trying to look up how to pronounce that because it looked cool, but it's like Briongloid. And because I was looking up something that meant dream, and it's Old Irish.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Because I've kind of heard that area is sort of superstitious, so it made sense that maybe that would be the area in which our ancestors came from, and the town would be named after that.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Oh, whoops! I have this playing apparently. Oh, hard. Yeah. I have. I spent the entire day digging through journals. I think I can even read their handwriting. I'll put symbols because when using non-binary, it comes across a little confusing when I don't give context sometimes. I think I can even read Sybil's handwriting at this point, which is either the most valuable skill I've picked up or one that will be entirely meaningless. Let's see here. One of the journals mentioned scepter, or at least I think it did. Sybil spelled it way wrong, if so. There you go. SEPTUR. That sounds like a very misspelled scepter. They said it was artifact. Pardon me again. Hopefully it's not catching to you. They said it was a very powerful artifact. Please know, by the way, this yawning is not because this game is like not interesting. It's so interesting, in fact, that I asked Sophie if we could play it. It's just that it's almost 10 o'clock our time, and
we've had a long week.
we've had a very long week, yeah, and a long day too. So like kind of along everything basically. This is a very powerful artifact, and that it was located in a nearby. Oh yeah, we've got to do some dungeon crawling here. In a nearby, like we're not even gonna try to like cover that up. It's just a nearby dungeon, whatever. We're not even gonna like name it or anything. Yeah, we'll name it, but I'm not gonna give it like a better synonym. You know, like it's not like a crypt or like volcano or anything. It's just like just dungeon. The devious dungeon of doom is what Sybil so eloquently called it. I admit, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'll admit I'm a huge fan of alliteration as well.
Doesn't help that I am being so quiet while I'm thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not too late for us because we usually do stay up later, but because it's been some long days with different things we've been doing, like I think we're in need of a little extra sleep.
Yeah, and I'm looking very forward to a couple of days off. Like that'll be really nice. So, Dungeon of Doom is what Sybil so eloquently called it. I'll admit I'm a huge fan of alliteration as well. I decided that. Oh no. In all of the, you know what? I was a blacksmith in the past, so when I was a blacksmith before I found this place, people would often come in groups to purchase equipment to tackle dungeons and take on adventures. All I had was Merlin, and who might not be the most useful in a fight, but could probably help out in one way or another as we explored. Besides, what could still be alive in that dungeon now anyway? After all this time. I decided to go see Toby and ask him about it. He said, no way, until I explained that if we did it, I already forgot the cat's name, Diva. Diva would leave town to go to the capital, become queen. He laughed at that, but said at least she'd be gone. And he was in. But we could probably use at least one more. And some good. And they're always just called potions in video games, like literally anything made by like a witch or apothecary would just be like, it's a potion, like all the potions. So I'm trying to come up with a better word for like potions, like basically, like you got to stock up before you go tackle a dungeon in a game. So
concoctions.
Yeah, concoctions would go a long way. Some food would probably be nice too. Yeah. So there's my next day. My next, leg of the adventure here. I'm gonna roll a couple dice. Oh, hey, Kit Kat. Yeah, it's it is late here for sure. It's only like 10, like Angel said, but yeah, it's we've had a long week. Ever since Weird Draft Games Day, I don't think I've caught up on rest. And I haven't even caught up on work yet. So, like, let alone rest.
I think Beth could be very happy sleeping 12 hours a day sometimes. So,
yeah.
I think even 8 hours sometimes feels like we need caught up on.
That's very true. I do like a lot of sleep. So, okay, I rolled a 5 and a 4, which I can place here because I want some leeway. Oops. Apparently writing on all the crayon is, there we go. Like not doing great things for my pen. But so now I have, flip over to the rule book and we have potential and I get to choose between exploration and Old Witch. Which we've done. I want to say we've actually done potential and exploration this time around, but I'm not sure. Even if so, though, the prompt is, and I might have been sharing the screen here. Yeah, okay. While exploring the area around the village, you come across a hidden spot. What's special about this place? Does anyone else know about it? Actually, I don't think we have done that one. But even if so, like this will work out for the story anyway. So that works out because we're trying to find somebody else to come with us on our adventure. I again am kind of notoriously like, why bring people when you could bring animals with you everywhere? Because animals are the best. So maybe this hidden spot will be the location of a cool animal or something, like another familiar we can bring with us. So exploration is going to be XRF, X being exploration, which makes sense because this is potential exploration is the combo. So exploration. We have R for relationships again, which I'll throw right here. And we have F, which is familiar. So that makes sense. We're doing exploration with a familiar and a relationship. So that's perfect. It's also only the second orange, the familiar color that I've put on here, even though I have dealt with 2 cats in this game already. But yeah, this is perfect for what I'm doing because we're exploring, we're finding something, we're building a relationship, and maybe even strengthening a relationship with Toby, the cat wrangler, and then familiar. So hopefully we can bring that to another adventurer with us here. So flip back over here. Oh, before I go on to, I'm going to show my page here again. I'm 4 days away, not including today, from the end of this. So it's getting very filled in now. Oh, I forgot to put a star. No, I didn't. It is there.
It's getting filled in.
Yeah, this was the one I just did. Huh?
I said I'm a slower writer.
Oh, you're fine. Your story is going much more interestingly too, though, because you're taking your time, which I would definitely recommend everybody who plays this game does take their time. And maybe don't do it like while you're talking everything you're saying out.
I think it's fun to show it off, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. If you do create something, email it to Beth@weirddraftgames.com. That's my email. And I will send it to Sophie so she can check it out too. In fact, I'm going to throw the link here again too for the game into the chat. So if anybody wants to grab Sophie's game, it's right there. It's pay what you want. But you did point out also that on that page, I'm going to flip to that tab here real quick and then actually throw it back on the screen so that I don't forget about that. On this page here, there's a link to this very last paragraph. This edition is a preview created in November 2022 for the TTRPGs for Trans Rights in Florida bundle. So you can follow that through there too, and get it that way either too. But because it is part of that. In fact, I had a few games I think as a part of that too. I don't remember what I included. I might have just thrown everything I made into it. I'm not sure. Usually anything to do with any kind of like, like I like to wow, I cannot talk right now. I like to do good with what I create, and even if the thing I create is just silly and not, something like to try to encourage self-confidence or just building good in some way or another, being able to throw things into something like that bundle for trans rights, stuff like that is really important to me. So I try to just throw everything that they'll accept basically into those things to try to encourage people to get them to. And then usually they end up with so many games that, I'm sure nobody's buying it for my game, but then they'll, get my stuff out of it too. So it's nice to be able to like kind of pitch in and stuff too. So, okay. So back over to, I shared the wrong screen, back over to the story. And this was again, potential exploration. Okay, so we are exploring a new area that we have not found before. And again, the prompt is, while exploring the area around the village, you come across a hidden spot. What's special about this place? Does anyone else know about it? Yes, somebody else does know about it, and it's Toby. Toby's leading us there. That's how this is going. I've got the perfect place to find our... Yeah, that'd be fourth. Okay, so like, at least from what I've seen, a lot of times in RPG games, like video games and such, there's like 4 heroes of legend. Like there's the warrior, there's the mage, there's the thief, and then there's, like the whatever 4th person they want to fill in there, basically. Like maybe like a cleric or some kind of healer of some sort. I almost forgot to include a healer in that for. Geez, that would have been a really short-lived adventuring party. But so yeah, we're gonna go with 4 again because we have Toby, the cat wrangler, we have Merlin, our cat, we have ourselves, and then we're gonna have a 4th thing, person, whatever here. Perfect place to find our 4th. We said. Also, I apologize. My throat is kind of giving out on me now because I have done a lot of talking this week, and so I popped another. These are Starlight Mints. They're super nice. They're good anyway, but they're also really good for helping with a sore throat. So, but I'm sure it makes my talking a little less awesome to hear. I found the perfect place to find our 4th, Toby said, as he guided a... Oh, what was the term that Lilac Mage had mentioned something earlier about like a conga line of cats or something along those lines.
Let's see if I can find it.
Okay. Okay, cool. Then yeah, while you're finding that, that's what I'm going to go with.
Director?
What's that?
Conga line director.
Okay, that'll work. But yeah, I was just thinking the term like conga line anyway. Kit Kat says, I've discovered some great stuff I wouldn't have known about by getting bundles. And yeah, absolutely. We have like 3 or 4 bundles we've purchased. And usually if we throw games into something like a bundle like that, it's cool to contribute to it, but it's also really cool to actually like, buy it and like monetarily support too. Because if everybody just throws their games in there and nobody buys it, it does no good. So we generally buy them. But I will say that a lot of times buying those bundles is also just like greedy for ourselves, because like you get some really good games out of those bundles. And yeah, it's really cool. You can find out, you can find all kinds of different games out of there. And not only that, but a lot of times when you buy those, it shows that you own those games now. So if the creator decides like, hey, I'm making a new game, I'm going to notify everybody that owns this other game of mine about it. And so like, then you can find even more games out of it. A lot of times those people too will be like, hey, you know what? Like when I first release a game, it'll be free, or, it'll be like 50% off or something. So like, it's a really cool way to even just get more games too down the line. And I will say that like, as a creator myself, I know I work with Weird Draft Games, Angel and I both do, but we make our own little games too. And just like literally anybody, like even downloading one of our games when it's free or whatever, let alone like buying one, is just like the greatest feeling in the world. So
yeah, it is.
if you know if you have any games from Itch, if you have any games from like especially indie people, but in general, definitely like throw comments on there, let them know what you think about it, especially if you're being positive. Because like a lot of us deal with imposter syndrome, or just like, it feels like we make these games and we just kind of throw them into the void. And like, if anybody ever plays them, we sure don't know about it most of the time. So, like, and I'm not saying like come to my page and tell me. I'm just saying like in general, like let people know when you play their games. It makes their day. Okay. As he guided a conga line of cats on the road, he explained that if he left them in their cages, they'd all just break out the moment he left anyway. So they had to come with.
All right, I think I'm done with this section.
Oh, cool. Go for it.
I've had more dreams than ever since moving here. I suppose that's fitting, as the town's name is Briungloid, which I am told means dream. Though some have been silly and feel meaningless, most have been of an elderly woman who is small but seems wise, helpful, and kind. From the stories and descriptions I have heard from my neighbors, it sounds like my dreams are being frequented by the old witch. Her name was Kai. I looked this up and it means keeper of the keys, earth. This is fitting, as my dreams have shown her as a friend to all living things and living in harmony with the earth and those around her. She has unlocked many secrets of this town for me in my sleeping hours, and even revealed things to come. Just the other day I dreamed of a small gray cat with blue eyes, and the very next day one was napping around the long grass among the long grass in the side yard. I named him Premonition, and he's taken to lazing around the house following the rays of sun coming through the window.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, see, that's the magic of like taking a little more time and like Googling as you go, like some cool names and stuff. But yeah, I think that's awesome so far. Is it like day 4, I think, for you, the 4th prompt?
I think so. Let me double check. Yes, that was the 4th, and I'm on the 5th one now.
Cool. You can totally let us know what like prompt combination and prompt you end up with too when you get there.
Okay.
No rush, of course, but like just like interrupt me as I'm talking. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Well, not talking, but you know what I mean, like speaking what I'm writing.
Like, excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Like silence. I've got I've got the perfect place to find our fourth, Toby said as he guided a Congo line of cats down the road. He explained that if he left them in their cages, they'd all just break out the moment he left anyway, so they had to come with. The Congo was just a fun bonus, but they sure did seem to love dancing to the music he hummed. I thought it sounded pretty cool too. I figured like that kind of gave me like Pied Piper vibes, and so I'm thinking maybe like Toby like is secretly a like bard, basically like a very uncharismatic bard.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like bards are always extremely charismatic, and like so, what if you weren't a charismatic bard? Then I guess you'd kind of be stuck doing something else, and like just in some little town that like nobody knows about you anyway. So that makes sense. Plus, he's like the only other person that knew about Diva the cat, so like that kind of all fits too. Like he's already got story and stuff going on. So, and he's obviously very much up for an adventure. So, yeah, got bard written all over him. I like that. Okay. He guided us out of town to out of the village to some old ruins. I nearly ran into a wall when I heard loud growling as we on our way inside. It's fine, we said as he shrugged. That's just my brain wants to call the bear Ursa, but like that's really like blatant. I can't call it poo. Well, I mean I could, because poo is part of, commons now because it's out of copyright, but no, best bear names. Number 4 is Storm. I'm cool with that. He's a big softie. Unless you make him angry.
So is on potential when it says XRF is X exploration?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
All right, yeah. All the other ones start with the first letter except for exploration for X, because there nothing else starts with an E, but I guess because the sound is exploration.
That makes sense. I just wanted to make sure I was right on what I was thinking.
Enjoy your dinner, Kit Kat, and thanks for the lurk.
Yes, thanks for coming by.
And thanks for saying that we write neat stuff. It's been very fun.
Aw.
If you end up writing anything too, absolutely feel free to send it this way.
Yeah, we'd love to see it.
The game suggests writing at least a paragraph, so you don't have to go into this much, but it is fun to do so.
Yeah, we're a little extra.
Yeah, that's true. Sure feels that way, at least like lately. I'm sorry, I can't not do this. That's just Storm. She's a big softie unless you make her angry. You wouldn't like her. And she's angry.
You're so silly.
Yeah, thank you.
Like copyright, like quotation marks. No, I'm just kidding.
Exactly like TM. I think that's actually it's Alt 151.
That's funny.
153. Yeah, 153. Trademark. Boom. There we go.
Okay, so I rolled potential and then it was exploration. First time I've gotten anything with exploration. It says, while exploring the area around the village, you come across a hidden spot. What's special about this place, and does anyone else know about it?
That's hilarious too, because that's the one I'm doing right now.
Oh, that is funny.
Oh, Kit Kat, you said you'll share it with your journaling friends. That's awesome. That sounds super fun. And I'll let Sophie know that you said that, because I think that would make her day. I'm gonna throw it on the screen too in case she like watches this later and like has it with the audio off, so you don't have to hear me with a cough drop in my mouth.
I've never really journaled myself, but I figured I'd give it a try because I thought this was a really clever game. Beth and I actually met on a poetry site, and that was like about 16 years ago now. And we've been together since she moved up here, since we lived a few states away. Now, I haven't written a whole lot of poetry lately, but I do enjoy writing all kinds of different stuff. So this was a fun little challenge. I like the prompts; they're very creative.
Yeah, it is very nice to write together. We haven't written poetry or anything in a long. Well, you've written poetry. I haven't written much of anything. Well, I've written a lot of games. I don't know what I'm talking about. We've done a lot of writing. We haven't written a lot together. So
I don't think I've written poetry in a while, but I've written some other things.
that's true. I know you'd made the poetry zines, but yeah, that's true. Those were poems you'd already.
Poems I'd already written, right?
Okay.
It's fun to revisit them and make them into something that could actually be printed out and shared, though.
Yeah, awesome. And yeah, feel free to run away, Kit Kat. We just like always interact with everything, so don't don't feel bad.
We'll continue chatting amongst ourselves.
Yeah. Toby gave
like literally, since it says like one person on there.
Like, exactly.
Chatting amongst ourselves.
Yeah, and we're honestly used to that anyway. Like when we used to stream, it was always like one person, and that one person was generally me on Twitch.
Well,
like,
and this is hour 3 of us streaming, so I'm not surprised that people are tapering off. I love that people come and go.
Yeah, exactly. Toby was right. Storm was an awesome animal, and when Toby gave her a couple of fish that the cats had carried with them as an offering, she punched them down and did and smiled, or at least whatever she did kind of looked like a smile. Bear's smile. It's funny because my last story, I think that my person was like very much in tune with the animals, like was able to speak with them, was able to like interact with them, was able to read them really well. This one's kind of like thinks cats are cool, but like doesn't really have that going on. So he nodded and said, "It's done. She's in. We're ready to go." And we have our 4 adventurers. We're gonna hit up some exploration and some dungeoning. We're gonna flip back over to the rule book again. We are going to roll 2 dice. I'm getting a lot of high dice on this roll of die website. I got a 5 and a 6, which I can make exploration, or I can make it potential exploration again, but I just did that. So I'm going to do we're going back to this spot again, where I've already been, which is an exploration spot. Let me throw that actually on the screen here so you can see what I'm talking about too. We visited this spot earlier, right down here, and we're going there again because I didn't want to go in this spot because this spot would be potential, and then because there are 3 exploration spots around it, that would be potential exploration again, which would be fitting because like we are going somewhere that we haven't visited before, just like we had here. We're going to be going into that dungeon, but like I want to see what this one does. So we have exploration. So I'm going to scroll here. And then around that space, we have 1 old witch, 1 familiar, 1 exploration. So we can go with any of the 3 of those. Old witch says, foraging in the wilds, you discover a trace of the old witch somewhere unexpected. Did they come here often or just passing through? That one we've done already. Familiar says, sometimes your familiar leaves home without you, going on extended personal excursions. Do you know where? Did they bring anything back with them? That'd be fun. I don't think it's fitting for currently, but I think that would be a really fun one for sometime.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one says, as intimately as it's the exploration. So this is exploration and exploration. As intimately as you think you know a place, there's always more to discover. Explore somewhere familiar from a new perspective. What do you notice that you've never seen before? Okay, so it looks like none of these are going to line up with us going to the dungeon now. But I did say, like the one before this last one, that having some, I already forget the word we used, but like, tonics or like concoctions would be helpful, or some food. So I say we're going to go. I think exploration makes the most sense because we can go around and explore things that we've already seen, and kind of like pick up the new things that we'd want from there. But I really like the familiar one, so I don't think I could pass that up, even though it's a little out of order for us right now. So first we're going to do the coloring. So F is familiar, which is orange for me. H is hearth, brown for me. And then you'll notice on my screen here, again, this is where we were, this star down here. And I just filled in this spot and this spot here because they were the only two that were unfilled. And now the closest empty spot is all the way up here. Would be this one right here, actually, where my finger is. So you're filling that one up, way up there. And the third color we're going to be using is W, witchery. Should have picked a better purple because for some reason this doesn't even show up on the camera, or it does so barely that like it's not really there. So there we go. There's that. That gives me 3 days after this one. So that would, if we were actually prepping this, it would be prepping right now, going into the dungeon, probably like some kind of like final, event in that dungeon, and then returning to the cat with the scepter, or skipping the second part of that, just returning to the cat, and then I think that'd make more sense. So we're gonna do the prep time now, and then we're going to the dungeon. We're giving the stuff to the cat, and then we're gonna do like a recap, basically like a like end of story kind of thing for the last one, which will be interesting because like we don't even know what that result's gonna be yet, based on like what the prompt's gonna be. So we'll see. I'll flip back over to this screen. Right. And that was exploration familiar. Also, I haven't said, but for anyone not familiar, I just used the word right there. That's perfect. That's a good segue. Familiar doesn't just mean to be like familiar with something. In witchery settings like this, a familiar is like an animal or a pet or some kind of companion. Usually, like you think of like witch and a black cat, basically, like as the stereotypical kind of thing. But it could be anything. You could have like a squirrel, or like Angel had mentioned before that we kind of joke about, like kind of like the Beastmaster of that old movie. Like he had ferrets that would kind of like go steal things for him or whatever.
Yes, those were my favorite familiars.
Yes, exactly. And those are totally familiars. Like they're basically like, they don't have, they like, you don't own them. They're not like under some kind of spell that they have to do what you say or anything. And they can just decide to leave whenever the heck they feel like it. But they're basically like, I want to say maybe like, huh?
Like these cool little assistants.
Yeah, exactly. Like allies, or like, yeah, exactly. So, okay. So, So the prompt on this one again is: sometimes your familiar leaves home without you, going on extended personal excursions. Do you know where? Do they bring anything back with them? So the premise of this one is going to be that Merlin is so excited about going on an adventure that when we wake up in the morning, Merlin has already done all of the prep work for us. Well, Merlin and all the other cats. Let's just say it was all the cats, like the whole conga line procession of cats work together. So I woke while it was still dark outside. What? That's just a little snarky. Was it a lovely aroma? I woke. A knocking on my door. Oh, it was Merlin hopping onto my chest as I tried to sleep. When I ignored him for a moment, he literally bounced on me until I had no choice but to wake up. When I peered over, I sat up. I discovered Merlin and the what do I want to call the group of cats? I think they're called the Clouder of cats.
That sounds right, but I'd probably Google it.
Yeah, it's Clouder. So I'm trying to think of something like punny with Clouder, or like this says you can also refer to a group of cats as a cluster, clutter, glaring, or pounce.
Oh, cute. I like pounce.
Yeah, me too. Since they just said that like the cat had like, did I say pounced? No, I said hopped and bounced. Okay. Merlin and the pounce of cats. Huddled around a bag on the floor. I went over and grabbed it to discover that it was full of goodies, ingredients, weapons, armor, and not the heavy stuff, which is good because I used to make that stuff and could never actually wear it. Anyway. Oh, my heating pad turned itself off. How dare you?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed. Apparently, the cats were so excited about an adventure that they prepped for me. I flipped through some of Sybil's journals until I found the adventuring potions and made a few of each. Healing, check. Strength, stealth, check. Because like I figure, like honestly, if a dungeon still exists, it's gonna be more like trap laden than anything anyway. Stealth double check. I hate the idea of fighting anything, let alone hate the idea of hurting anything, let alone killing it. So I'd rather just crouch and sneak through undetected. That's a nod to Skyrim and the ability to stealth through so much of that game by literally crouching on the ground. I just crouch and sneak through undetected. Well, I'm another one of these situations where I would probably give a lot more detail to what's going on, but A, it's getting late. B, I'm sure this is not the most entertaining thing to watch, like with me trying to come up with a story. And C, we can get to the actual good part here, the dungeoning. So,
Of course,
but I
you
do have a
got the dungeon.
yeah, I definitely have the dungeon. Though I do have a surprise in mind for the dungeon, unless the
Yay.
game stops me from doing so. So, let's see, rolling dice. We got a 1 and a 2. So this is theoretically going to be our dungeoning portion of the thing. I can either pick Old Witch with the secondary being Witchery, or I have Potential Space, which is also Witchery. So either way, Witchery is going to be the secondary. I'm actually just going to look over here and see which one of those I want. I'm going to share here. I'm going to scroll a lot here. So Old Witch. Old Witch and Witchery is the Old Witch was known for a special technique for preparing a certain remedy or ritual. How do you learn this method? That would have been great for the prep part, but I do think that having the animals do it was also really fun. Or it would be Potential Witchery. Someone comes to you asking for a minor spell or some other form of assistance. What do they need? Do you ask anything in return? Okay, I think I'm going to go with the other one. So once again, scrolling a lot here. And again, if I was really, really, really dead set on specific story, really carrying out the game, like, this is saying, Sophie is very open-minded about it. And it's just like, hey, you know what? If you didn't like those results, like just roll again or whatever. So that is always an option, but I'm going to make this one work here. I'm going to go with Old Witch and Witchery. We're going to do a little more prep too then. The Old Witch was known for a special technique for preparing a certain remedy or ritual. How do you learn this method? That's Old Witch Witchery for my story. What are you doing over there, Angel?
I took a very roundabout way to get to my prompt, so I'm just now getting to the prompt. But the prompt was that while exploring the area around the village, you come across a hidden spot. What's special about this place, and does anyone else know about it? So I kind of have answered the does anybody else know about it, but I haven't gotten to what the special place is.
That's fun.
So I've written, I finally made my way into town today. It's a bit of a stroll, but it was a beautiful day and I couldn't resist. I loaded many orders into my satchel to deliver. The ladies of the town really love my soothing lilac oils to help them get a restful night's sleep. I especially wanted to get a young girl's order to her as she has been battling chronic hiccups and I've heard she feels that she's quite the disruption in her classroom during school. She insisted on weeding my garden as payment, and even with the windows closed, I could hear her hiccuping away the whole time she was here.
Oh no.
Since school was on lunch break, I took the bottle directly to her at the picnic tables outside. She immediately gulped it down and the instant I handed it over, hiccuping several times before managing to get it down. So relieved that the remedy worked instantly, she wearily hugged me with gratitude. She handed me a folded piece of paper and thanked me again. Later on my walk home, I remembered the scrap and she handed me and unfolded it. It was a small map that just happened to be off a path near my house. It was still daylight, though the sun was starting to lower in the sky. The small map showed a jagged rock on the side of the road with woods behind it, so I stepped off the path, past the rock, and into the woods. The sun filtered through the dense trees to allow just enough light and I'm not done, to illuminate my path.
Hey, that's fun. And also, I feel like very much the whole like hiccuping person. Like I feel like that comes from somewhere.
Yeah, that would be me.
Yeah.
I get very bad hiccups, and they're most embarrassing. I have been actually stopped physically by people in stores to ask if I was okay, and I had to explain that it was just hiccups, and they were like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, like it's okay. Like calm down. It's all right. Like you've dealt with it.
It may sound crazy, but I just have the hiccups.
Mhm.
I actually have disrupted class with them too, and work.
Oh no, that would be so awkward. Like oh no.
It is very awkward because I'm a shy person that doesn't really want to have a lot of attention, and it brings me lots and lots of attention.
Mhm. Yeah, very fair. Although we have been doing like knock on whatever, like we have done a lot of streaming over the last few months, and you haven't had any hiccups on here. So
Yes, that's good.
I'm starting my next section off because I ended the last one with well, it's time because I plan to start off this one or to do the dungeon on this one, and instead I'm starting this one off with, or at least I thought it was time because like apparently I'm not doing that one right now. Actually, you know what? We can. Um, we're doing the ritual and then we're dungeoning it up.
What role are you on?
This is the third from the last.
Nice.
So I have two more after this one.
I'm only on my fifth one.
Oh no. Well, you probably have as many words written as I do.
Probably. I have to scroll a lot to get through it.
Nice. I'm using wordcounter.net. I used to use it a lot when I used to do book reviewing, and you had to write a review that was at least 400 words. At that time is what the rule was. So I would always copy paste my review over here to make sure it was at least 400 words. Usually I wrote more like 1,000 words, but like I'm up to 2082 right now in words for this one.
Nice. I have like the roll count and things like that on there too, so I wouldn't exactly have exactly the right number of words.
I see. Yeah, that's your mind does to it. Like I don't actually copy the thing over. I just put down like old witch dash witchery for like my
I
for
like
like when
have fifth roll 1/3 potential exploration XRF, so I just write it all like.
Oh, nice. That's cool. I've got, or at least I thought it was time, but Toby decided to play it extra safe. He said that real adventurers real adventurers, I'm trying to think of a term or like phrasing for like when you like you get like a blessing or like that kind of thing. But like the magical version of it. There we go. I was just making a game recently where the idea was you're getting a boon from the gods. So I'm just going to use the word boon,
There you go.
just in general, not from gods, just a boon. I asked how to get a boon. He said that's what the cauldron is for. I guess I'm using this for myself after all. And I cleaned it. Looked through. I came across. I found a journal with a few notes on magical. Found it. I couldn't find anything. What was the actual prompt here? I already forgot. Like, Good grief. Okay. It was Old Witchery, I do believe. Yeah. The Old Witch is known for a special technique for preparing a certain remedy or ritual. How do you learn this method? I'm going to say that the method to learning this is just trying really hard. I used to want to write a story about basically like magic being based on emotion. So like the strength of your magic comes not from like, being able to say the right words or whatever, but from like, when you're really angry or like you're really like defending somebody or you're really like scared or whatever, like, because they do that in a lot of things too, like, like some superhero will just get scared and then poof, something happens, and like, so they have to learn to control that. And I figured that was basically the premise of my story. That one gets kind of dark, of course, because of the villain, but like, so I figure like in this one, maybe some of the magic of being a witch comes from like that same thing, like just the trying, the like pouring stuff into it. So not necessarily even the ingredients themselves. So I couldn't find anything about obtaining a boon. I wasn't going to let, but we know that. So I said, sure, I can do that. And sure, I can do that, but I need all of the best foods from town, in the village. While he was out in food, I mixed a bunch of stuff that smelled delicious in the cauldron and lit it up. When he returned, he looked at me a little. Aren't potions supposed to stink? Yeah, but boons are special and they actually smell good. I replied as I ladled out some of the tonic, pouring her into wine goblets. Sat and ate and drank and had a wonderful time. Merlin tried to lick up some of the drink from the cauldron, but accidentally fell in. Luckily, it didn't stink, or I don't know what to do with him. Whether the boon worked or not, sure had a good time, and we felt more than ready for the adventure. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I was gonna go ahead and just make the dungeon happen here, but I'm gonna do it next time. So, but we definitely have to next time because then we only have 2 days left, and the other one is going to be returning the scepter. So, roll 2 more dice one more time. Yeah, 6 and a 4. So that's either familiar, which we haven't done any familiar yet. Oh, it's familiar either way, actually. That's cool. And let me throw it on the screen here so like I can actually prove that, and I'm not just making this up because it makes sense to do this anyway. So 4-6 would be this orange, and then 6-4 is this orange down here. So either way, we have familiar. So I'm going to go ahead and flip over to that in the rule book. Share this tab instead. I'm going to scroll a bit. Scroll a lot, apparently, because I went the wrong direction. Okay, familiar. And then I'm either going to do exploration No, it's exploration either way. So yeah, I was going to do this one because it's closer to some open spaces. I can't. Okay, I'm barely getting the star in there just because of the fact that I'm trying to draw on crayon now. And I don't have a black crayon. If you are going to play this later, or if you're watching this and haven't started playing yet, what I would recommend is either A, not to use crayon, because it's just kind of impossible to write on, or B, leave the center uncolored in, and just kind of color in like the square around the center, so that you don't have to worry about that.
And I've just been using colored pencils, and I'm not like drawing a sigil or anything, so I'm just kind of doing the patchwork, quilt design.
Yeah, that's always an option, so you don't have to do the sigil. I figured what I would do, because I can't draw the lines between them, what I'm going to do, and I'll hide this again so you can actually see the screen. I used a crayon to like a black crayon to put this weird looking thing here that should be a star. But once it's done, I will take one of these blank pages from behind it, because I printed out 3 just in case I like messed up or whatever. And I'll just put the stars on there, and then I'll connect them all and see what the sigil looks like. Maybe a little surprise. But okay, so what is familiar exploration? Okay, so that would be funny, actually. I'm just kind of glancing at it, and like I already have a funny idea for it. That's very different from what I was originally going to do. That's a fun twist. Okay. So first I'm going to fill in the colors, though. There's I'm not sharing the screen here. Okay. That way you can see what I'm talking about. But it's X for exploration. Goes to the first one near here. W is witchery. And H is hearth, which is brown, which is the one crayon that just rolled off of my laptop, because, who doesn't stream and then write on paper with their laptop as a counter? Okay, so we have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like I missed a star here. No, because I used the same place twice in 2 different places. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. That's correct. Okay. So the prompt here: accompanying you on a foraging excursion, which I guess technically this is, we're foraging for a scepter in a dungeon. Your familiar gets lost. How do you find them again? What adventures did they have without you? So immediately what comes to mind is that our familiar, we only have one familiar ourselves. I figure basically Toby is the one who has kind of like won over the group of cats. They kind of have like a Tom and Jerry kind of situation going on, where like, yeah, Toby has to catch all the cats and he throws them in cages over and over again. But like they're friends in their own, weird way. Like the cats have fun messing with Toby. Toby gets to feel a sense of empowerment, and like he has a purpose for catching the cats. But they don't like hate each other for real. But those are Toby's cats. We have Merlin. So Merlin is going to run off through the dungeon himself and basically have the adventure on his own. So we're having familiar exploration. And it makes sense too, because I did have Merlin fall into the cauldron. So more than anybody, Merlin's got that boon going on. Okay. Also, I can't help myself but pointing out that it's fun that Carla must be working, because I've got a few emails from her now that just kind of popped up on my screen and stuff like that. So those are not getting touched till Monday though, because like taking the weekend off. Okay. We quickly made our way to the I gave it an alliterative name. I already forgot it.
The pounce?
The Devious Dungeon of Doom.
Oh, that. I thought you said the letter.
Oh no. I was sharing the wrong screen too. We quickly made our way to the Devious Dungeon of Doom, where we were presented the first challenge. A locked door. Luckily, this was no issue for Storm, who slapped it one time and knocked it from its hinges. Kobe smirked, and it happened, as if to say, "You're welcome for bringing the bear." Fortunately, we soon discovered that the dungeon was full of traps. Nothing lived in here. Nothing could, when there were 500,000 blades swinging, swirling, and flying all around the place. Unfortunately, none of the potions and the concoctions I had brought with me, I'd made for whatever the heck we needed for this. So, and I doubted we could stealth our way through. Suddenly, Merlin ran forward, as we were planning. He meowed something that sounded like Leroy Jenkins. But what the heck is that even? I don't know if Merlin is just extremely dexterous, or if it had to do with him falling into my cauldron last night, because he made that obstacle course look like a warm-up. Before I even knew what exactly was happening, he was making his way out of the dungeon with the scepter in his mouth. It was a cat-sized scepter, or else he wouldn't have been able to carry it out. He cheered as he neared us at the entrance. But he didn't stop. And he reached us. He kept going and going. And going and going. We chased him all the way to Diva's tree, where he ran inside and returned her. Door closed, and we knocked and knocked. No avail. Yeah, there you go. That's the whole dungeon thing. It didn't go the way I was going to do it. I was going to do it where like they just kind of walked in and there was nothing there at all. And they literally just like found the scepter in like a corner. Like it wasn't even a dungeon. It was just like a small little cave with like a scepter in the corner of it. But then I decided to go a little extra with the cat. I also originally had planned for the scepter to be like an artifact of like basically like of power that like would kind of empower this diva cat that could speak. Maybe it was some kind of like evil enchantress or enchanter. Yeah, enchantress. Diva is female, so empower this enchantress, like like free her from the curse that like bound her into that tree or something. But I kind of went a slightly different direction, which I will share in a moment when we get through this last day.
Okay, I think I've summed up this 5th roll now.
Oh, yay. Awesome.
Did I already read about, I think I read some of this already.
You read some of it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the last thing you had read
It was about her hiccuping and like
yeah, and like she was like
the woods.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
The sun filtered through the dense trees to allow just enough light to illuminate my way. Though there was no path, there were shapes on the paper that were easily matched along my way. The woods are so dense, I would be surprised if many people wander into it very often. When I finally found my destination, I looked around a bit. I found a hollow log with a rare moss growing on it. Tucked into the hollow was an old leather journal with a note tucked into the front of it. I gently gathered up a sampling of the moss in the journal and placed them carefully into my satchel. The trek took a bit of time and the sunlight was steadily dimming, so I made my way back out of the woods to the path. On my way towards home again, I couldn't help but wonder why Lily, the poor hiccuping girl, led me to this journal.
Yeah. You're going really well at that. That's awesome.
Thank you.
You bet. I love that hiccuping girl found something too.
Or hid something.
Oh, yeah. Bum, bum, bum.
I was thinking about making her like the old witch's apprentice, and then like the old witch has a secret and the reason that she was leaving, and it would all be tied with Lily, but I don't know.
I like that. Like then you're like finding more about that mystery from her too.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, I am on my last one here. I can choose between Old Witch and Witchery, which was actually what we just did a little bit ago about the like, or I almost did, was like the someone comes to you. Actually, what was it again? Sorry. Old Witch is known for a special technique for preparing a certain remedy or ritual. Yeah, that's one we just did like 2 days ago in the game. Or we can do Witchery, which is someone comes to you in need of major assistance. Helping them will incur significant cost to you through resources, time, or personal well-being. Do you offer aid? So that's the one I'm going for. That's going to sum up our story.
Could you read that one more time? I'm sorry.
You're fine, sure. Someone comes to you in need of major assistance. Helping them will incur significant cost to you through resources, time, or personal well-being. Do you offer aid?
Interesting.
And I forgot that I still have to fill in those last 3 colors too. So my last 3 colors are WRH. W being witchery. I'll throw that one here. R being relationships. Which I could put right next to a relationship, but like this story has been very like dispersed with the relationships, so I'll put that somewhere else. and then H is hearth. Makes sense. Since we are in our home now, trying to wait for what the heck's going to happen with Merlin.
I'm looking up what I have to do now.
Nice.
It's a tie. I have hearth, but then I also have hearth and witchery as the secondary. So I'm gonna read them both and see which one I want.
What category were you in? Sorry.
Hearth.
Okay, I was going to pull that up here on my screen too.
And then I have a choice between hearth and witchery on there.
Okay.
The witchery says, some of your equipment needs to be repaired or replaced. How will this impact your work until you find time to fix it? Or hearth, work on a renovation or project that will make a lasting impression when another witch inherits this cottage many years from now. What personal touches will you leave behind? I think I like the double hearth, so we'll do that.
Yeah, that's cool. Like, we're creating an artifact game here, and you're creating something that will last in your story too. It makes sense since the hearth basically gets passed down from like witch to witch. So that's cool. It wasn't until the next day when Merlin showed back up. He didn't pounce on your chest though, which is good since he was now in the form of a human. Beside him was a woman with a tiara. Although the tiara was incredibly small for her head. She held a scepter, well, although it looked more like a large pencil in her hand. It was shiny though. Thanks. Merlin said as he left a handful of gems on the counter for you. This should repay the debt for your sea glass. Smiled, and the two of them to become king and queen or whatever. Wait, I wanted to cover something else now too. This should repay the debt for your sea glass. I appreciate learning a bit about magic from you. I think I would love to become a great wizard myself one day.
Don't forget to switch back to your paper.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm glad you noticed. I quickly checked out the gems and realized they weren't of the precious stone variety. Yeah. Oh, in fact, they broke apart when squished, when pressed, when handled. When they did, aroma escaped that immediately brought the bounce, I think is what the group of cats is called. Pounce, not bounce. Brought the pounce cats. It brought the pounce of cats. Trying to think of a fun way of basically saying that this stuff is catnip. Oh, that's interesting. Another name for catnip is catmint. I feel like that feels more like herby, magical. So, we followed them and laughed, and he saw what was happening. Wow. Those gems were made of catmint. I guess those would be highly valuable for cat. It had been weeks since I arrived here in town. The Sybil, the witch before me, had supposedly gone off by threats, by people seeking to keep the scepter hidden. I was somehow into this adventure and ended up with no treasure whatsoever. If anything, I had less treasure now, as the only payment I'd earned the whole time I was here was purchasing, or was taking on Merlin as a pet, who somehow turned human and left. Cool. Oh well. Toby seems like a cool friend, and these cats are nice too. There you go. There's my story. Trying to touch on the whole, like, we already named the cat Merlin, so he has to become Merlin, like prequel to I almost said Lord of the Rings, and that's so not true. The King Arthur stuff, Arthurian tales and all that. What's that?
I said that's fun.
Yay. So yeah. Yep, there's mine. I am all done with mine.
I only wrote a little bit into my 6th roll. I had said a few days after my trip deep into the woods, when I had had some time to read through most of the journals, Lily came to visit me once again. She apologized for being so cryptic and insisted that it was necessary. It turns out that she had an apprenticeship with Kai and was adamant that she wouldn't have just left without saying anything. But that's as far as I've gotten.
Nice. That's cool, though. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this pen is just like non-functional now.
Oh no.
I don't know that I have. Well, I have this. Yeah, I have a bunch of pens here, actually. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have a whole like
You have a pen if not.
thing of pens here. It's all good.
Like you have pens everywhere. I would be shocked if you didn't.
Yeah, but they're behind a wall now. So
I was saying I could change one.
I appreciate it. You kind of like you handed me
Game.
yeah, I can't remember which game it was. I think it was
I'd hopefully do it with a little more finesse.
like Dreams of Yesterday, I think.
Yesterday. Dreams of Tomorrow?
Yeah, Dreams of Tomorrow. Yeah, because yesterday wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I am filling out the star locations on a new piece of paper so I can create my sigil.
We didn't get all the way through that. I only
Thank
got
you.
halfway through.
That's cool.
I
Well,
think
it's,
maybe your experience with having done part of it before like helped you a little bit, and you're a quicker writer than me.
yeah, and I was like really just kind of going for like silly and like just kind of like having something written out, and like I think I went to a lot less depth in mine, so that helped too.
You know me, I gotta be all wordy.
Yes, indeed.
Writing a book here, apparently.
That's awesome. No, I love it. I do think it's funny that like this whole time, I didn't end up in the middle at all. Like all 12 roll or all 12 rolls. I ended up making 4 sets of 2 in a row in 4 different places. And you'll notice there's only 9 here. It's because I used the same spot 3 different times throughout the game.
Oh wow.
I used wrong set. This one twice. This one twice. So both of these right next to each other. Actually, looks like I used 3 of them twice. No, the other one went up and above. This one down here I used twice. This one. Yeah, so I'm going to try to make the sigil. This is what my paper actually looks like, though, in the end. My game sheet. The very, very light color is purple. And then the really dark ones, it's this crayon, like this brown one. That's really not a great crayon. But that's why the brown is very, very, very like sometimes it's almost black, sometimes it's brown. Like, yeah.
That's what my color pencils look like too. They're a little sketchy.
Oh no. Okay, so we got to draw our sigil. And I started with
it. Clipboard if you want to show mine off.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Sure.
Way through though, just a second.
That's cool. Go for it. Yeah, I got you. Okay, so yeah, this is what Angels looks like. She's not doing the sigil, so there's no stars or anything on here, but that's what hers looks like. I think that looks nice. I also think it'd look a lot nicer if I cover up that light over there, so it's not throwing. There you go. That's much better. Throwing all kinds of like shininess at the thing. But yeah, that's where hers is. And it's funny because I was like, mine I didn't go anywhere in the middle, and you have a lot in the middle, but not on those two like the corners basically.
The brown looks weird on that camera too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It almost looks like a dark red or something, I guess. Mahogany.
I look forward to finishing mine, but I'm sure not having people wait for it.
Yeah. Another 4 hours on the stream tonight. Wow, we actually did hit over 4 hours. This was like half of Weird Draft Games Day right now.
That's funny.
It is.
I enjoyed that though. It's good to be able to take a break, and we don't play many solo games together. So
exactly. In fact, I think this is the second solo game I've ever played.
Yeah, and we don't do too many journaling prompt things, and I really liked that. Yeah, that kind of reminded me of the storytelling in Dragonhold, and like that you got to build a little bit of a character and go from there. I kind of like journal entry writing anyway because it kind of gives little glimpses but leaves some for the imagination. So that was kind of really inspiring for me. I like that.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that too.
Kind of like continuing a story, but only pieces of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it makes it much more like actually journal friendly too, because like you wouldn't have like just a like continuous story, like if you were writing a journal, like this is my day or whatever. So
with the prompts kind of being a little bit all over the place sometimes, it would be like, but I feel like nothing's left field like that, because there's some that it really is like you're doing this thing now, you're clearly over here, and like making any kind of connection with that, good luck.
Yeah.
So she did a really good job with that not being a thing, like it feels natural to go from one prompt to another. I was surprised by that with as many prompts as there are, that it didn't feel like, oh goodness, I feel forced to take this into a different direction, or what on earth am I going to write for that? Like it all felt like natural to write. And it didn't feel like it was pigeonholing something.
Yeah, and even just getting the same prompt more than once as an option isn't necessarily a bad thing because, like, somebody comes to you twice in the game with like a small request like that. I mean, that's kind of your whole job. So, you know,
Yeah.
like it's gonna
You
happen.
can
Or
elaborate on something or yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. So like it is cool how that works out. Um, but yeah, I really like this one too. I liked it the first time, and it's interesting too how different the two were. Like, because even though they started off in very different places too. Well, like not very different places. You're always starting, in a new village, but like they did end up going in very different directions, even though both of them I focused on exploration and the the familiar.
Is it too long to reread?
I don't know.
Because
Maybe.
with me writing, like I'll read it later then. With me writing, I didn't get to focus a whole lot.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I'm gonna have to read yours for the same reason too, because like I felt like I was focusing, and then like sometimes I was like, oh, that thing, that's cool. So like yeah. Um, I'm just gonna very quickly before we go though. This is what when you do the sigils, you're supposed to just like draw lines between them, and I don't remember what order these were in, so I just kind of like drew some lines to make them look cool. But that's what my sigil looks like. I threw a bunch of extra
Oh, it
lines
looks
in
like a
there.
constellation. That thing's cool.
Yeah, I threw a bunch of extra lines in there just to make it look a little like neater, a little more elaborate. Um,
Cool.
and again, I couldn't remember what order they went in, so like I have no idea what it would have looked like. But yeah, kind of looks like a weird bicycle, like one really big wheel, one like small wheel, and like big wheel, small wheel. Like you ride here in the middle, like even though there's no actual seat here. I keep going the wrong way because like mirroring and stuff. So like there's that. Wow, I'm terrible at this. Yeah, this way over here. My goodness, we need to make a game where you have to write backwards.
Or
But
point
yeah,
backwards.
yeah, or point backwards. That's even worse. Yeah, because at least if I was writing, like no matter what I write, I'm writing it, like it's there. So, um, yeah, like those carnival games or whatever, where like you have to like there's like that little metal thing that you have to like move through the like between the other metal things, or else like it touches and it's kind of like operation where it buzzes. So you have to like move the thing very slowly between it. But, like, yeah, I would be terrible at that anyway because my hands shake. But then, like, if you add, you have to do it like backwards. Like, nope.
I was trying to line up those cards so I could take pictures today and like realize just how much my hands shake now. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I cannot even get these to lay straight.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
awful. Um, I'm gonna throw. Oh, pardon. I'm gonna throw the link for the game in here one more time. Um, I did throw it at like in the chat, but like that's it again. If you're watching this later or whatnot, it is bespoketacle.itch.io, patchwork potions or slash patchwork dash potions. Also, if you go on itch and just search for patchwork potions, it'll come up. I'm kind of wondering if you just Google.
And thank you to Sophie for coming by and postponing her dinner.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we could chat and she could explain the game. I really enjoyed getting to meet her and I enjoyed playing the game. I am going to enjoy finishing the story as well. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and we'll see what we can do with these stories. Like maybe Sophie can create like a place where the stories are kept or something, and then that could be like
That'd be
I'll see. Yeah, I'll reach out to her and see if maybe she can like do like a Google Drive link on the actual like itch page for the
over.
game. Yeah,
Yeah,
like where people submit stories.
thinking you can't just, flop a PDF down in a comment. So
Yeah, exactly. Um, but you can absolutely. I'm gonna jump over to the game tab here, which I'm not showing on the screen anyway. But this was again the game page for it. If you do play it, like absolutely, like click over here, give it a rating. Click down here, write a comment for it. I just did this earlier today, even though it shows on the top. I actually bought the game like 30 days ago, but I finally got around to actually doing the review, the like comment on it and reviewing it. Um, I will say too, for whatever reason, at least from what I'm hearing, Itch has this thing where like if you rate something less than a 5 out of 5, it's actually really bad for whoever you're giving it to. So like, I guess in theory, you should, when you rate games, give them fives. I don't just go around giving games fives. Like I'm not just gonna like, oh, I like all these games, I'm gonna give them all fives. But basically, I'll only rate a game if I'm gonna give it a five, which is the case here because like, I mean, I liked it so much that I spent 4 hours to stream it, so like I must like it a lot. And this was the first time we ever played a journaling game, like all the way through. The first time Angels played one at all, but the first time I've played one all the way through.
It's really clever. I like it.
Yeah, and like,
and I really do feel like because I don't take the time to write, that it was just really nice to do that, because I even actually, like, in high school, you got to opt into different classes, and one of my classes was creative writing. I do enjoy that a lot, and so having an excuse to set some time aside to do that has been really nice.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great break and great way to, yeah, exactly, kind of get back into writing. They always say like you kind of have to like, if you want to get inspired, you don't just sit there and wait for inspiration. You have to like sit there and write, and then like, that's what this felt like. Like I had no idea I was going into this with, and now I came out with the story, and I'm sure like it sounded like Angela, you're the same way. It's not like you went into it like I'm going to do this thing, and then like,
No, not at all.
Yeah,
like I saw that like first prompt, and that's what took me a few minutes, and why I was several prompts behind you was because I was being thoughtful about what I was going to do and like what direction I was going to take. And like I didn't even have a direction when Hiccup Girl was there, and then suddenly woods, that just like kind of happened as I wrote it. So
I think that's so neat. And then like you can always go back and edit and change things if like, like with mine, there were a couple times where things maybe took a weird direction. And, if I were to go back, I would edit those to be a little more poignant, or like at least kind of close some of those threads a little better.
I think I might like to elaborate a little bit more in the beginning and then add dates to them so that they felt like journal entries, and so that you can kind of track time. So then maybe instead of, the ungraceful, it's been a couple weeks, because like I wouldn't need to write that if I, was writing for myself and, in a journal. So then a date would be there, and it would talk for itself.
Yeah, that makes sense. When I first played it, I thought they were supposed to be a day each. And I was like, it's kind of hard to like write a journal for each day when like multiple things are happening in a journal or whatever, like, cause I was trying to write like, quite a bit. And so I'd reach out to Sophie and ask like, if, these are days or weeks or whatever. She's like, it's a game. You just do whatever you want. Like, if you want them to be a day each, that's cool. Or each one could be a week. I think that's what Apothecaria is. I think Apothecaria is 13 weeks. And so the premise in this one is that the first week, you do your setup of it, like, choosing your colors, and you do your like initial like introduction to it or whatever. Like, like how we had, you can be, like you change careers late in life, or you, like you're a criminal or whatever, like those kind of things you can do. You pick those from here, or you can just make one up. But in that one, that's the first week. And then the other 12 weeks are played throughout Apothecaria's other 12 weeks. But I mean, you could even do months if you wanted to, or even years or whatever, like if you want to write like 10 pages or something per prompt and make it, like a 12-year journey, like that's really cool. But yeah, I think it's really cool being able to really explore a story and like kind of like watch it unfold. And then with the prompts, especially, like you really don't know exactly where it's going to go. And those are very inspirational a lot of times. So.
Right.
In fact, now that I'm looking at the screen over here, I'll throw that back on the screen here. I remember this one actually from the last time I played Hearth and Exploration. A wild beast has followed you home from a foraging expedition. What does it want? Do you allow it to take residence in the cottage or garden, or do you chase it away? That one was actually the squirrels. There were like two squirrels, that lived in the house with me in that one. And so that was how they came by. They like followed me back from my journey into the forest. So, but yeah, did you have anything else to add before we take off, Angel?
I don't think I do.
Okay. All right. We are gonna.
With you.
Yeah, I had fun too. This was great. We are gonna run off and probably have a little snack before bed, and then probably just go to bed.
Yes.
But this was a lot of fun, and definitely, if you made it this far and are like video or stream or whatnot. Like, congratulations. But like, also definitely check out the game. It is pay what you want, which includes free, so you can just grab it. But have a great night.
Yes, have a good night.